role of regulatory authorities. This is a continuation of the first India-Bangladesh stakeholders meet, which was organized in 2019. So now, in order to enhance the relationship between the two countries, the trade and bilateral relationship between the two countries, this session is being discussed. So I would request the chairman of Bangladesh Trade and Tariff Commission, Mohammed Afzal Hussain, to initiate the session. Sir.
Yes.
Afzal Hussain, sir, can you hear us, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir. So good morning,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
We can initiate the session, sir.
Distinguished panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to you all. On behalf of Bangladesh Trade and Tariff Commission, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Ministry of Industry, Government of India, and Indian Chamber of Commerce for organizing such a time-demanded event and for inviting me as a panelist in today's special session. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight a few issues on today's discussion topic, the role of regulatory authorities in cross-border trade through the surface route. There is no denying the fact that the significance of cross-border trade-related activity creates many paybacks for the end users, such as consumers, producers, bankers, manufacturers, and institutional investors through reducing different kinds of risks. In this context, I firmly believe that regulatory authority can play a facilitating role rather than regulatory role through reducing such risks and ensuring smoother cross-border trade flow. As many agencies are exclusively involved with the cross-border trade activities, inter-agency cooperation as well as cross-border harmonization are the two most significant issues that need to be addressed first. In that case, I strongly believe that the regulatory authorities can play an imperative role. Distinguished gathering, trade facilitation, what we call the simplification, modernization, and harmonization of export and import processes, has therefore emerged as an important issue for the world trading system towards facilitating cross-border trade. Estimates show that the full implementation of the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement would reduce trade costs by an average of 14.3% and boost global trade by up to $1 trillion per year, with the biggest gains in the poorest countries. OECD data shows that if countries in the region were to fully implement the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement TFA, which aims to simplify paperwork and harmonize customs procedures, trade costs for lower middle income economies, such as the BBIN nations, could come down by over 17%. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the digitization and automation of customs and other procedures can also lead to faster, the more transparent clearances. At the moment, however, large gaps remains in this region. I believe one of such key areas of trade facilitation is to introduce the single window, which operates in the area of regulation of cross-border trade. It involves a high degree of collaboration between customs, tax authorities, trade policy administrators, security agencies, and other regulatory agencies dealing with health, safety, and environment. In Bangladesh's context, World Bank is supporting us in developing single electronic gateways that will allow importers and exporters to file their documents electronically. Once fully operational, the national single windows is expected to dramatically reduce clearance times. Distinguished participants, it's a matter of great surprise that the BBIN countries find it easier to trade with distant lands than with their neighbors. The World Bank's Connecting to Thrive report finds it is about 15 to 20% cheaper for an Indian company to trade with Brazil or Germany than with adjoining Bangladesh. Consequently, regional trade has barely scratched the surface of its potential. Although trade between the BBIN countries grew six-fold between 2005 to 2019, the unexploited potential remains a massive, estimated at 93% for Bangladesh, 50% for India, and 70% for Nepal. Distinguished gathering, cross-border trade in this region suffers a lot due to various regulatory ambiguities. Moreover, due to the lack of regulatory harmonization, higher level of documentary requirements still prevails. In addition, duplication requirements in relation to compliance matters are also prominent. Further requirements in relation to compliance matters are also prominent. Further, there are still difficulties in sourcing equivalent regulations. Above all, expert opinion suggests that on the infrastructure front, an integrated multimodal transport network will go far in promoting the smoother movement of goods. Rails and roads, too many, require further attention. It's a matter of great optimism that in Bangladesh, seamless connectivity with India can raise national income by as much as 17%, while India would gain by 8%. In this context, simpler regulations and regulatory harmonization will help ease the movement of cargo movement. Distinguished gathering, finally, I would like to highlight few points which need to be addressed in the perspective of ensuring free flow of cross-border trade. Number one, determine the necessity to change regulatory ambiguities. Number two, regulatory impact assessment needs to be conducted. Number three, the initiatives regarding rationalization, modernization, and harmonization of cross-border regulatory regime should be considered. Number four, raising awareness of compliance requirements. Number five, easier access to regulatory information is needed to raise awareness amongst business community about the importance of compliance issues. Number five, the use of international standards as benchmarks should be ensured. Number six, focusing on assessing outcomes rather than rules. Number seven, ensure communicating with counterparts before making any regulatory changes. Number eight, create mechanisms for ensuring cross-border regulatory cooperation. Number nine, highly professional assessment team may be formed for the analysis of cross-border bottlenecks. Bangladesh Trade and Tariff Commission may contribute in this assessment with its institutional memory. It should be kept in mind that regulatory policy making should ensure protecting fundamental national concerns such as stability, privacy, and security. I would like to thank once again the organizer for organizing such a lively event. I wish this discussion a success. Thank you all for this moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Chairman, sir. I would like to inform the House that panelists, uh, senior dignitaries who are present here
Yeah,
today.
excuse me, Pranam, your voice is breaking. Just kindly
Yeah,
check
yeah.
the.
We had just.
Your voice is breaking, Pranam.
Can you hear me? Am I
Yeah,
audible?
voice is breaking.
Okay,
We
okay.
cannot
Yeah,
hear.
yeah, but Pranam's voice is breaking.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, you are right. Absolutely correct right now.
Okay.
Carry on,
I
please.
apologize for this technical glitch. I'd like to inform the House that the dignitaries who are present here today, we had just heard the Chairman, Bangladesh Trade and Tariff Commission, Mohammed Afzal Hussain. We are privileged that we are joined by Mr. Vimal Kumar Srivastav, Principal Commissioner, Customs and EP, Central Board of Indian Trade and Customs, and Special Secretary to the Government of India. We are also joined by Mohammed Mustafa Kamal Mazumdar, Member, Admin and Finance, Bangladesh Land Port Authority. We are also joined by Mr. Dewan Sultan Ahmed, Honorary Treasurer, India Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Trade, Commerce and Industry, IBCCI. We are joined by Ms. Samriddhi Bimal, Senior Trade Researcher, who is working with Land Port Authority of India. She has also joined us. And we will be joined by Dr. Vagis Pandey, Assistant Director, Plant Protection Officer, Plant Control Station, Guwahati. And we are also privileged that we have been joined by Mr. Ajit Kumar Singh, Director Operations, Land Port Authority of India. I would now request Mr. Vimal Kumar Srivastav, Principal Commissioner, Customs and EP, CBIC, to kindly address the gathering. Sir.
Everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Indian Chamber of Commerce and both the governments, senior delegates from both the sides for organizing this virtual stakeholders meet, as well as enlightening the entire gathering with their ideas and views. I understand that this workshop is focused on various bilateral arrangements between the two countries, enhance bilateral trade as well as transit of goods. The topic of this session, which is role of regulatory authorities in cross-border trade through surface route, is very important, in particular to understand which government bodies are engaged in regulating as well as facilitating trade through surface route, which are the existing arrangements, and what are the future plans. Before I proceed further, I would like to give a special thank to Mr. Afzal Hussain, Honorable Chairman, Bangladesh Tariff Commission, for giving a future perspective, listing out what are the areas which need to be addressed, and also instilling the idea that the government agencies have a dual role of both as a regulator as well as a facilitator. So with this remark, I would like to say that the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, Government of India, plays a crucial role not only as a regulator, but also as an enabler and as a facilitator. When we analyze the surface route, then I think there are three modes which we need to examine, and they are roadways, railways, and waterways. And also we need to keep in mind both the bilateral trade as well as transit of goods through the territory of each other. Now let us look at what are the existing arrangements at these three modes and how customs is playing its role in facilitating their stakeholders. One of the most primitive thing I would say in facilitating trade between the two adjacent countries anywhere in the world is the land customs stations, which in the modern world we are modernizing into as integrated checkposts. In general, the trade through surface route takes place through land custom stations and integrated checkposts. As of now, there are 62 land custom stations and ICPs located at India-Bangladesh border, out of which 38 are functional, and we endeavor to make most of them functional. These stations are first notified as a custom station by the Ministry of Finance under Section 7 of the Customs Act, and thereafter, the Jurisdictional Commissioner of Customs notifies the customs area within these locations where the goods can be unloaded or loaded under Section 8 of the Customs Act 1962 of the Government of India. It is important to state that these LCS and ICP cater not only the road route, but some of the such stations, LCS and ICPs, have rail routes as well as waterways notified along with them based on the recommendation of Ministry of Railways, Inland Waterways Authority, and various other stakeholders. And of course, when we notify or open a new custom station, land custom station, we always consult the other government, in this case, the government of Bangladesh, so as to ensure that both the sides are coordinate in the development. Having dealt with the land custom station, I think the other most important arrangement between the two countries is the trade agreement. Bangladesh and India are enjoying special trade relations under different agreements. I would list it out. It is SAFTA, which is South Asia Free Trade Agreement. It is SAFTA. And the third one is the LDC scheme of India, which is duty-free tariff preference. Of course, the bilateral trade between the two countries mainly happens under SAFTA. More than about 99% trade happens under SAFTA. If we see the figures of trade, I believe that the trade is booming under the arrangement of SAFTA. Most of the import from Bangladesh come with zero rate of duty. And if I compare the figures of 2 years, that is 2020-21, import from Bangladesh to India was 1,092 million US, which has substantially enhanced this year, 21-22. In the first 9 months itself, that is up to December, it was 1,479 million US. This shows that there is a smooth trade going on at the border under SAFTA arrangement. But yes, we do acknowledge that there are certain issues which remain to be resolved, which we can discuss as we proceed in this workshop. Now, the role of customs is very crucial to ensure that necessary clearances are granted expeditiously in the bilateral trade in coordination with other authorities, animal quarantine, plant quarantine, security agencies, etc. As a matter of fact, Indian Customs uses the Electronic Risk Management System, or RMS, to ensure that only risky cargo goes for scrutiny of custom officer. And if we talk about the interagency coordination, then we are using an IT-enabled single window, which ensures that clearances from different agencies are granted at one single point. At some important locations, customs on both the sides exchange trade data also on a regular basis for necessary reconciliation. After having mentioned about SAFTA arrangement, I think it is important to mention two more recent arrangements, which is one is the Protocol on Inland Waterway Transit and Trade, and second is Agreement for use of Chattogram and Mongla ports. Both these arrangements fall under the ambit of Ministry of Shipping of Government of India. When we talk about the Protocol on Inland Water Transit and Trade, then we all know that in this protocol, certain waterways that cross across the two countries using the network of great rivers like Ganga and Brahmaputra have been notified. There are different routes crossing across the Bangladesh, spreading within India. Along with that, certain important places on the waterways have also been identified as port of call. CBIC has been actively participating in the finalization of the Waterway Protocol as well as development of standard operating procedures from customs point of view. And CBIC is also in the process of notifying certain important places in the hinterland of India, such as Varanasi and Sahibganj, as land custom stations to cater to the trade and transit through inland waterways. Definitely, this protocol is going to facilitate transporting the goods to the landlocked northeast region of India from the mainland to the territory of Bangladesh in this arrangement. The next important arrangement is agreement to use Chattogram and Mongla ports. Both the governments have agreed a few years back. Using this arrangement, Indian goods can be transported from one part of India, say from Visakhapatnam port to the northeast region and vice versa, using the Chattogram and Mongla ports of Bangladesh and the multimodal transit through the territory of Bangladesh. While using these two arrangements, CBIC is again playing an important part, and we have notified a special regulation which is called the Transportation of Goods Through Foreign Territory Regulations 2020. This enables use of both these arrangements. And we have also, CBIC has also issued a circular, which is 14 by 2020, dated 21st February 2020, to explain the nitty-gritty of regulations and the standard operating procedures, both in inland waterway protocol as well as agreement to use Chattogram and Mongla ports. In these regulations and circulars, these two arrangements have been specifically covered. When we talk about the trade and transit, particularly the transit, then I must admit that unlike Nepal and Bhutan, India does not have a formal transit arrangement with Bangladesh. However, India has unilaterally allowed Bangladesh export goods to pass through the territory of India and eventually exported through an Indian airport or seaport. In this regard, I would like to mention circular number 48 by 2018, customs issued by CBIC. And this is a very interesting circular, I would say. It allows goods to cross through Bangladesh territory to India through a land customs station under a transshipment formality, under a bill of transshipment. It can come through a road or it can come through a railways. From the land customs station, it will come to an Indian port or airport, for example, Nhava Sheva port of India or Air Cargo India, Air Cargo at Calcutta. And from there, the Bangladesh export goods would be exported to third country. And this arrangement is being widely used, particularly for export of Bangladesh goods to European countries through the air cargo complex of Calcutta. In this regard, I would also like to mention that Indian government has taken special care to ensure that there is not much congestion at the land customs stations. And to decongest the land customs stations, we have provided for what is called the off-border clearances. This facility is provided at the inland container depots, all inland container depots of India, particularly for facilitating the export goods of India. And we have issued a circular 52 by 2017 customs, which allows Indian export goods to pass through to first get clearance at an inland container depot in India, and then the containers would travel through the territory of India, go to a land customs station at India-Bangladesh border, and from there it would be directly entering through the Bangladesh territory. Having mentioned all these, what is the existing status between different arrangements? I'm sure I'm not covered the entire thing, but I have covered some of the most important things. Let us now also see what is the future action plan. And in this regard, I would like to mention two important things. The first one is the BBIN motor vehicle agreement. We all know that we have signed this agreement, but yes, there are certain issues. One particular country is not expressing willingness to join, and for that, meetings are going on even today. There is a 2-day meeting, which is 7th and 8th of March of the BBIN countries being organized in Delhi, in which we are trying to at least sign a memorandum of understanding so that at least the 3 countries can sign this MOU and activate the motor vehicle agreement. Once this is signed, the next step would be to finalize the passenger and cargo protocols, for which also the experts are working even today. And thereafter, we have formed special subgroups, one to take care of the transport part, which is under the Ministry of Road Transport, and second group is to take care of the customs formalities, which is under the Ministry of Finance. We hope that this BBIN motor vehicle agreement to come through very soon in near future. And another important thing which is in my list to mention is to allow the facility of using returning containers from Bangladesh to India for facilitating export of Bangladesh to India. This has been a persistent request from the other side, government of Bangladesh, and we thank the government of Bangladesh for this proposal. And this is very simple. It has been proposed that once the goods are exported from India to Bangladesh using a container of Indian Railways, say of Container Corporation of India, then in its return journey, the same container should be allowed to carry Bangladesh export goods to India. CBIC is actively working with the other stakeholders to allow this movement. We have already issued a draft circular, and we are now developing a software which can connect the land customs station to an inland container depot, so that the goods can directly cross through the land customs station and come to inland container depot for clearance of Bangladesh export goods. So these are some of the initiatives, the current status, the future plan, and I hope that we would discuss much more during the course of this workshop. And I would like to finish my introductory remarks at this stage, and looking forward to join the further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much for your enlightening words, sir, and all the details about the current plans and the plan of action of the government along with the country. It was really enlightening. So now we would like to invite to deliver his address Mr. Mohammad Mustafa Kamal Mazumdar, who's the member, admin and finance, Bangladesh Land Protocol. Sir. Sir, your audio is not, you're not audible, sir. Mustafa Kamal Majumdar sir, I'm sorry to say that we are not able to hear you. If you could switch off your video and talk only with the audio, there might be some bandwidth issue. Mustafa Kamal Majumdar Sahab, can you hear us?
Yeah, Pranam, I think at his end there is some audio issue, but it is showing here the audio is on.
Yeah, we tested it. We could hear him before.
But right now there may be some cable loose or like that, I think. You just call him over phone because he cannot hear from our communication. So please call him and to just plug off and plug in the audio jack or like it may be the problem at that end. Audio cable, I think.
So, since due to the technicalities, let us now move to the next speaker. We would like to, we will get back with Mr. Mustafa Kamal Majumdar and when the technicalities are solved. Mustafa Kamal Majumdar, sir, can you hear us? Hello? Majumdar Sahab, can you hear us? We will move to our next speaker. We would like to request Mr. Dewan Sultan Ahmed, Honorary Treasurer, India Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, sir.
Dewan,
Thank you.
welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Please start your initiation.
So I first congratulate you all for organizing this seminar. And I hear there's two. I would like to read the paper. I will just give the discussion on the two papers. Is by our Tariff Commission Chairman, Mr. Abul Hussain, and Mr. Srivastava Roy, Commissioner of Customs in India. So, do you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir,
Hello?
you are audible, sir. Yes, sir, you are audible. We can hear you.
But I don't see here. Hello?
Sir, we can hear you very well, sir.
You can hear
can-
me well.
Very well, very well. We can all hear you very well.
Okay. Then number one is this, that is the custom authority in both land ports in India and Bangladesh side. The commissioner states that custom harmonization, modernization, and digitization work is going on in both the countries. But so far I know that is maximum 20% is done still now. But I am worried about the cargoes. When in the month of June, then our Podda bridge will open. Then the Benapole cargo will reach from Chittagong port to Benapole within maximum 5 hours. And now it is reaching there minimum 8 hours through ferry. But when this 5 hours cargo will reach in Benapole in Jashore, then Benapole land port capacity is not capable to handle these cargoes. And custom authority also cannot handle these cargoes. So this is very important, I think, to arrange container port and custom authority position and Benapole port position to be more than double their capacity. This is very important on both sides. And opposite side in Petraport side also, work is going on, road for 4 lanes, but it is to be ready, so far I know, within next 1.5 years. So, when Podda bridge will open, then the cargo will be reaching in Joshua Benapole within next three hours before. Then there will be heavy congestion in the land port area of Bangladesh. So I would request both the countries, India and Bangladesh, to please look into this to how to make the congestion easier and the road transport. When the Podda bridge will open, then cargoes will go 3 hours before. Then what will happen? And what will happen in the total Joshua area up to Benaful will be blocked down, and there is no private movements can be done. So this position is to be looked very early. Number two, for the benefit of the export and import of both the countries, the capacity building of the Bhumra port and another port also in Chapaidab. This is what port? This is named. This port also to be modernized and the capacity building to be double. Here is the most important thing that is the custom harmonization, digitization is very important in the modern age. The way the drugs are coming and going and movement, and to check these drugs and drugs movement and gold smuggling from Bangladesh to India, this has to be checked only by the modernization and digitization of the custom authority. So, Custom Commissioner Mr. Srivastava rightly said that everything. And another point is this BBIN. BBIN formed, but no clause there for connectivity within the BBIN countries. And after formation of this BBIN, still no benefit is achieved by Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan. So this is actually the motor vehicles agreement. Motor vehicles agreement is not still functioning, which is very, very important. And this should be looked very seriously to make it clear, and that is the way. So actually, business is going to be double and triple within next 2-3 years when our Podda bridge will open, and the custom will play a vital role for the development and quick dispatch of the goods from both the countries. So the government of both the country is to look into it very seriously and to stop the congestion of the cargoes in both sides, in Petrapol and Benaful and Bhumra and another Chapaidab. There is a port. The name of the port is, sorry, this moment I cannot recollect. And these all are the things is to be very carefully done and take the goods most important, because trade volume is going to be developed day by day, is increasing, and Bangladesh this year export value is $1 billion, and India is $7+ billion, $40 million. We expect that in the next 2 years, our export will be we are try to be $2 billion, and India will reach to be $10 billion. So to accelerate these exports and imports of both the country, number one is port capacity, land port capacity is to be double and double. And the road communication, the lane of road, 4 lane will not be cover up the cargoes. It must need to make it 8-lane road. So this is very important chapter, I think. And Bangladesh is going to newly constructed 5 more customer stations, port. So so many of customer stations is not need, because so many of customer management is very problem, because the regulatory authority harmonization, facilitation, and modernization is very important. So, and certification, country of origin certification also is very important, vital role is playing. So this thing is to be looked for, especially for Bangladesh products sent to India. Once upon a time, I hear that Perapur will have a custom machinery will be there, and the custom country of origin certificate will be available from that point. How far it is done, I don't know, because long time I had not been in the country. I had been outside the country. So I think this is very important also for this country of origin certification issued from the port area. This is very important, and I think India must look into it, and Bangladesh also look into it. Our Tariff Commission Chairman, Mr. Abul Hussain, narrated the things nicely, and Custom Commissioner, Mr. Srivastava, also take the initiative. And now the main thing is railway and reverse transport is to be developed very, very urgently. Karan riverine is very important, and those customer stations also should be equipped with modernization and harmonization. So actually, main thing, number one is communication, connectivity with the road, rail, and roads. These three is to be developed very, very seriously and within a short span of time. Because you see, our Para port is also coming. Our Matarbadi port also is coming. So only agreement will not do the business. Side by side, the infrastructure, if you not can make as per need of the cargoes, then agreement will not function. So my observation is, number one, agenda should be infrastructure development, especially road communication and port area, port authority, these two sides, and the custom harmonization and modernization. These three things is to be done very, very urgently and not to be late on it, because if it is late, then you see cargo will start from Coxbazar Matarbadi and it will come to Chittagong, will sit there for 5 hours. Cargo will start from Chittagong, it will come to Podda Bridge. Then he see the queue from Benaful to Khulla. Then what happens? He will be stuck out in the Podda Bridge side. So I would request all of you, both especially India and Bangladesh government, to look into the congestion, how to solve the congestion, and the road should be 8 lane, and the land port authority capacity building should be double. And this is my observation. I am sorry because regulatory authority, because I could not hear yesterday the subject. That's why I could not write the papers. So it is, I am very sorry for that. However, I am very happy that ICC has organized such a seminar, and many things has been discussed here. And I hope after this session, there will be a resolution adopted. As such, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan can increase their business, and next time the cargo movement and the roads, railways, and steamer agreements will function as the need of the day of all the countries. I hope this seminar is success, and hope to be more and more business developed with India, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan. And I thank ICC to organize such a virtual seminar. And in near future, I hope there will be a lot of seminars and meetings, and to organize how we will increase our business for the development of our trade and investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dewan sir. Thank you so much for your delivery. I'd like to inform the House that we are also live streaming on YouTube. So there are many participants who are joining on YouTube. We now see Mustafa Kamal Majumdar Sahab. Mustafa Kamal Majumdar, please say something if we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible to you?
Yes, you're audible, sir. So now we request Muhammad Mustafa Kamal Majumdar, Member Admin and Finance, Bangladesh Land Port Authority, kindly address the gathering.
Thanks a lot. Honorable the session chair and coordinators, distinguished members of the panel, all of the respected, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I welcome you all and thank you for taking the time to join us in these deliberations. I am MD Mustafa Kamal Majumdar, Joint Secretary to the Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, work as Member Finance and Admin in the Bangladesh Land Port Authority under the Ministry of Shipping. Our discussing topic is the role of regulatory authorities in cross-border trade through the surface road. Actually, Bangladesh Land Port Authority is not a regulatory authority, rather it is a facilitating authority. It provides service and facility to ease of running cross-border trade and international passenger movement through the surface road. The total length of the land border of Bangladesh is 4,366 kilometers. Of the total, the length of the country's border area with India is 4,096 kilometers, and the remaining 270 kilometers with Myanmar. This long land border of Bangladesh has been playing an immense role in the economic development of the country, especially in its external trade. The lion's share of Bangladesh's land trade is with India. As India, Bangladesh has the fifth longest border area in the world. Every year, about 1 million people from Bangladesh visit India for tourism, education, and medical services. Bangladesh-India bilateral annual trade has reached 10 billion US dollars. Bhutan and Nepal have also started import and export activities through land ports with Bangladesh using Indian territory. All the participating countries benefit by taking advantage of the existing trade by land. The government established the Bangladesh Land Port Authority in 2001 to facilitate and further improve import-export activities with the neighboring countries through different land ports in border areas. About 181 customs stations are declared by the National Board of Revenue for the use of land ports. Of these, the government has declared 24 land customs stations as land ports, while 12 are now operational. Of the 12 existing ports, 7 ports, namely Benapol, Gurimari, Akhaura, Bhomra, Nakuga, Tamavil, and Sunahat, are now under the direct supervision of the Land Port Authority. The remaining 5 ports, namely Sunamurjit, Hili, Banglabanda, Teknaf, and Bibir Bazar, are being operated on BOT, that is build, operate, and transfer basis through private operators. There are 12 new land ports under construction, namely Birol, Darshana, Bilonia, Gobrakura Koroituli, Dhanua Kamalpur, Ramgarh, Tagamuk, Silahati, Daulatganj, Shavla, Balla, and Bholaganj. Only one of the land ports of Bangladesh conducts trade with Myanmar and the rest with India. Benapol is the most important land port in Bangladesh. About 90% of the total international trade conducted by land in Bangladesh is done through this port. In order to reduce the pressure on the land port and to facilitate import and export of goods by land with India, Bhutan, and Nepal, the government launched the Buribari land port in 1986. Due to this geographical location, Bangladesh is an important transport and transshipment hub in South Asia. Bangladesh is bordered by India and Myanmar. In addition, there exist land-based import-export opportunities due to nearness with Kunming of China, Nepal, and Bhutan. Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of the nation, newly independent nation, understood this beforehand. The first inter-country shipping and trade protocol was signed between India and Bangladesh in 1972 during the regime of Bangabandhu to strengthen the shipping and trade system with neighboring India, which opened new avenues for the trade for the independent country. So it is pertinent to mention that he was the first Prime Minister of independent Bangladesh to visit Benapol Road Customs checkpost in 1972 after the country's independence. In 2001, 13 customs stations were declared land ports in Bangladesh, but only 2 were operational. After coming to power in the year 2009, the present government declared 11 customs stations as land ports and directed to develop, expand, and modernize the infrastructure of 24 land ports. The SAARC summit held in 2010 in Thimphu, Bhutan, focused on improving regional communication and transit among SAARC countries. At the conference, an agreement was signed between Bangladesh and India to improve regional road connectivity with a view to expanding mutual trade. The growing influence of globalization has removed various tariff and non-tariff barriers in international trade. This indeed necessitates remedial steps to facilitate our trade and commerce with India and Myanmar and other neighboring countries. The Land Ports Authority of Bangladesh has been working tirelessly for the last 20 years to create dynamism, service sharing, and development of international trade. Various stakeholders of the port, such as customs, immigration, quarantine, BGB, banks, importers, exporters, C&F agents association, are providing necessary assistance in the functioning process of the land port. The government has decided to conduct integrated service under one umbrella involving and coordinating all stakeholders in the land port in order to facilitate service, ensure transparency and accountability, and establish good governance under ease of doing business to provide service to port users and common passengers. Meanwhile, one-stop service system is being provided at Benapol, Bhurimari, Banglabanda, and Teknaf land ports. The one-stop service will be introduced in all land ports gradually to expand business environment. In addition to modernization of goods transport, handling, storage at land ports, at present passengers are able to come and go through 11 other ports except Sonahat land port. A modern international standard passenger terminal will be constructed at Benapol and Akhaura land port. About 3.1 million passengers have so far traveled to India and arrived in Bangladesh from India using Benapol and other land ports. The aim of the present government is to build Bangladesh as a hunger-free, poverty-free, modern, self-respecting nation. That is why it has adopted and set various development goals, including the 8th five-year plan, Digital Bangladesh Vision 2021, Sustainable Development Goals 2030, Vision 2041, and Delta Plan 2100. In keeping with these initiatives, Bangladesh Land Port Authority is constantly working to address the needs. It is expected that after the completion of all the ongoing projects, the port users will be able to enjoy the benefits and all port-based service will be raised to the expected level. A total of 12 billion infrastructure development work is currently going on with the help of World Bank and government funding. The development works include construction of physical infrastructure and expansion of service facilities. The airport management program recently undertaken by the authority at Bhurimari Land Port. If it becomes successful, all the works of the land port will be digitized to be able to provide service in less time, effortlessly, and efficiently. The Land Port Authority will later introduce this program in other land ports. About 15 government and non-government organizations provide various services in the land port. The organizations operate according to their own rules and regulations, and thus suffer from coordination gap. This undermines the purpose of providing one-stop service under one roof. Land Port Authority has to work at the border. For this, they have to acquire a lot of land and undertake infrastructure projects. There are many difficulties in land acquisition, and the process is time-consuming too. Moreover, construction of sites within 115 years of the border are often interrupted. Different ministries and agencies of both the countries are involved in resolving these issues. That requires integrated, effective, and a win-win situation for both parties. It is expected that the Bangladesh Land Ports Authority will play a unique role in promoting goodwill, cultural exchange, and amity among the people of native and the neighboring countries by creating opportunities for trade and commerce and international passenger and freight transport. Now, I would like to express the present and upcoming position of the land ports which are involved in BBIN agreement. First of all, I would like to say about Benapur, the largest land port stations of Bangladesh. Our ongoing development activities, construction of a cargo vehicle terminal on area of about 25 acres at a cost of Taka 289 crore. The car parking capacity of the terminal is about 1,250. Land acquisition under the project has already been completed and construction work has also started. The project is scheduled to be completed in June 2023. Work is underway to build a border wall and install CCTV at a cost of about 55 crore to improve the security system of the port. This project is being implemented with the funding of the World Bank. Acquisition of another 16.41 acres of land for expansion of the port is in progress. Moreover, for the expansion and modernization of the port, a development project is being undertaken at cost of Taka 1,000 crore with World Bank funding. At present, the feasibility and design activities of the project are going on. Under this project, necessary infrastructure will be constructed for the port. Besides, in the event of COVID-19 epidemic, import activities have started at Benapur land port by road as well as by rail. The Land Port Authority has been conducting operations of rail wagon side door container arriving at Benapur land port since July 23, 2020, with goods imported from India. A standard operating procedure SOP has been issued for conducting import activities by rail. Taka 60 crore has been provided to the railway department from this authority for the development of necessary infrastructure of railways adjacent to Benapur Petrapur land. In order to bring dynamism and transparency in the import-export rate of the land port, automation has been completed in all the activities related to load and unloading, revenue collection, and weighing of the weighbridge scale in different shades of Benapur land port. And another important land port is Bhurimari land port. Ongoing development activities is about 25 acres of land has been acquired for development and expansion of Bhurimari land port. The development activities of the port are being undertaken at a cost of around 400 crore with the funding of the World Bank. The project is currently undergoing feasibility study and design. And about Akhaura land port, the port will be developed in coordination with the National Board of Revenue under the SASIC Integrated Facilities Project with financial support from the Asian Development Bank. DPP is in process for approval. And about Tamavil land port station, the ongoing development activities, the port will be developed in coordination with the National Board of Revenue under the SASIC Integrated Facilities Project with financial support from the Asian Development Bank. DPP is in process for approval. However, this is all about the Land Port Authority of Bangladesh. What type of role we play, I have cited something here. Thank you all. Thank you again for patient hearing me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being present and thank you for addressing the thing. I'd like to inform the House that post this discussion, we will have a documentation of the entire discussions which has happened, and we will present it to the respective relevant ministries of both the countries. So now we come to our next speaker. We have got with us, we have Ms. Samriddhi Bimal, Senior Trade Researcher from ENY, who would be representing Land Ports Authority of India. Madam Samriddhi Bimal, I request you to kindly address the gathering.
Yes. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay.
You're
So, on behalf of the Land Ports Authority of India, I would like to thank ICC for inviting us to a very important session today. although our esteemed panelists have covered most of the important points earlier, but I would like to offer some of our remarks related to this topic. So as it is already aware that India shares over 15,000 kilometers of international land borders with 7 neighboring countries in the region, land borders have an extremely important role to play in trade integration in South Asia, and also our land borders and land ports are at the helm of all regional trade facilitation and transit issues. Despite of this, only about less than 5% of the country's total trade today takes place through India's land borders. However, a significant proportion of India's trade with the neighboring countries takes place through the land ports and the land borders. And as per estimates, around 40% of India's total trade with Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Myanmar, and Pakistan today takes place via the land borders. Now, cross-border trade across India's land borders is facilitated by multiple regulatory
Madam Samriddhi, if you would switch off your video.
Yeah, bandwidth showing low, very low at Miss Samriddhi's side. So
Yes,
switch off your video and
Bimal,
please.
if you switch off your video and just deliver your audio. Hello. Madam Samriddhi Bimal, can you hear us?
Due to low bandwidth, she is not able to hear also, I think.
What can be done?
Actually, from his end, from her end, he has to to move the increase the bandwidth or to just log in from the mobile. That's the only option because I have no control over that bandwidth.
Sorry for the technical glitch.
Yeah, Pranam, you please just call her mobiles and just.
You do one thing. You log her out. I'll ask her to re-log in.
Yeah, but I can do the logout from my end, but she has to log out from his end. Otherwise, he will be she will be the expelled from this meeting. Okay, she has to log out from her device and then log in the from the mobile. I think it will be resolved.
We'll move to our next speaker. As we will now request Mr. Dr. Varghese Pandey, Assistant Director, Plant Protection Officer, Plant Prevention Station, Guwahati, to kindly address the audience. Varghese Pandey, sir, can you hear us? Hello? Hello, Varghese Pandey, sir, can you hear us?
Yeah, Pandya sir, can you hear us?
Hello? Pandey, sir, please switch off your video. Just enter only with your audio. Ms. Samriddhi Bimal, can you hear us? Vagish Pandey Saab, can you hear us? Vagish Pandey Saab, can you hear us?
Yeah, Pranam, I think he's not able to hear us because his microphone is showing green, but no communication from his microphone to our webinar. I have just messaged him right now to just check the audio.
Did you message?
Yeah. From the panel, I have messaged him already. Pranam, just you request both of them to just log in from the mobile and log out from this panel, yeah, from the laptop or desktop. Okay. Otherwise, it will not resolve the issue.
Madam Samriddhi Bimal, can you hear us? Mr. Vagish Pandey, can you hear us? Pen?
Madam Samit is not log out or has he joined from the mobile? I think not.
She's joined from a laptop.
Yeah, that's I suggest that there is problem at his her band. Yeah, right now she just log out, and now request her to just log in from mobile.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Just a-
and Mr. Dr. Vinesh Pandey's problems are the same also, I think.
Vagish Pandey Saab, has he logged out?
No. So, he has not also log out. You just request our phone to just log out and join from mobile.
Okay. I apologize to the House for this technical glitch. Kindly bear with us. We will just resolve this.
Yeah, Pranam, Mr. Bhagesh Pandey now joined from mobile. I can see his on the panel's name, and
Mr. Vagish Pandey, now can you hear us, sir? Dr. Vagish Pandey, sir? Dr. Vagish Pandey, sir? Yes, can you
Yeah,
hear us now, sir?
yeah, I am hearing to you.
Okay, now we can also hear. Okay, I request you to kindly deliver your address, sir. Dr. Vagish Pandey, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Vagish Pandey, we can hear you.
Am I
You
audible?
kindly. Yes, you are audible.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Please carry on, sir.
Hello.
You are audible, sir.
Hello.
Hello. So, Debu, we are not hearing him.
Hello.
We are hearing
Yeah,
him.
I can also hear him clearly, but I think he's not able to hear. But it is a mobile. I think so. You should just a minute.
Yeah, we can
Hello.
hear him. Yes. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir,
Can
we
you
can
hear
hear
us?
you.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you hear us, sir? Hello, can you hear us, sir? Vagish Pandey, sir? Sir, switch off your video and talk only with the audio, sir.
Hello.
I think he has not just connect his the microphone jack with his ear. That's why it is not able. He's not able to hear because the video I can see that,
Hello.
or in the loudspeaker mobile he has to just
Wagi,
switch on.
Wagi Saab, can you hear us?
Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Please put on your microphone jack on the mobiles or on the loudspeaker mode mobile, please, sir.
Can you hear us, sir? Samriddhi Bimal, madam, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Am I audible now?
Yeah, now you're audible, madam. You can start your delivery, madam. Now we are clear. We can clearly hear you.
Okay, so I'm not sure to what extent was I audible last time.
Madam, I think you can initiate the thing once more, madam. I'm sorry for
Okay.
that. It was a
Okay,
technical glitch.
not a problem. I'm so sorry that the audio got disconnected. But on behalf of the Land Ports Authority of India, I would like to thank. Hello.
Yes, madam, please continue.
Yes. I would like to thank ICC for inviting us to a very important session. And although our esteemed panelists have covered most of the important topics earlier, I would like to remarks related to this. So as it is already aware that India shares over 15,000 kilometers of international land borders with 7 neighboring countries in the region, land borders and land ports today play an extremely important role in trade integration in South Asia, and they're also at the helm of all regional trade facilitation and transit related issues. Despite that, less than 5% of the country's total trade today takes place through the land borders. But what's important to mention here is that a significant proportion of India's trade with its neighboring countries actually takes place through the land route. And as per estimates, around 40% of India's total trade with Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Myanmar, and Pakistan takes place via the land borders. Now, cross-border trade across India's land borders is facilitated by multiple regulatory authorities such as Customs, Animal Quarantine, Plant Quarantine, Food Safety Authority, and several of our eminent panelists have also represented some of these regulatory authorities. But for several years, India's regional trade with its neighboring countries has actually failed to reach its envisaged potential. And while there are several reasons for this, one of the main reasons has been that there are multiple regulatory authorities involved in the cross-border trade, with no single agency actually responsible for coordinated functioning of these authorities. There are several other challenges that have actually impeded cross-border trade, which have also been discussed in this session earlier, like, for instance, the disproportionately high trade costs. Like, it's easier to trade outside the region than to trade within the region. Then there are infrastructural challenges such as poor infrastructure, there are imposition of non-tariff barriers. Even prior to entering a land port in India, a cargo vehicle has to actually undergo and cross multiple checkpoints. Then there are geopolitical factors. There is absence of electronic systems for facilitating trade at land borders, both within India and at our neighboring countries. And a lot of work is being done to actually resolve these issues. So, recognizing the importance of land based trade, the government of India has focused on formulating an integrated border management strategy. And the establishment and constitution of the Land Ports Authority of India forms a crucial aspect of this strategy. As an authority, LPI is committed to achieving a balance between the need to maintain security against cross border threats and the freedom of movement for persons, goods, services, and commerce. LPAI is the nodal agency responsible for construction, operation, and management of integrated checkposts that are defined to actually house all the regulatory agencies like immigration, customs, border security, etc., together with providing support facilities in a single complex equipped with all modern amenities, and it serves as a single window facility. So, similar to what our panelists from the Bangladesh Land Port Authority also mentioned, LPI is also not really a regulatory authority, but it is definitely an important infrastructure service provider that actually houses all the regulatory authorities together. And as per the mandate entrusted upon by LPI, one of the key functions that it has is to coordinate and facilitate the working of agencies who have been involved to undertake various activities at the integrated checkposts in accordance with the respective law, of course, for the time being in force. And as a provider of infrastructure services, LPI only determines and charges fees for cargo handling, warehousing, parking, or any other service facility that it offers in relation to the transport operations. Apart from that, LPI does not determine or charge any fees at its land ports. But as the nodal agency responsible for facilitating cross-border trade, LPI has the responsibility of achieving policy coherence and coordination amongst the various regulatory authorities and the stakeholders involved in cross-border trade. And in this regard, I would like to mention that the authority undertakes regular consultative meetings with its stakeholders to understand any pertinent issues and ensures resolution of the same. In a sense, LPI today provides a single entry point for border clients and for possible coordination and for ensuring possible coordination with neighboring and trading partners in terms of border cooperation and collaboration. One point that has been unanimously emphasized by all the panelists has been that of coordination and cooperation. And these two aspects are vital to address the challenges confronted today in the trade and transport facilitation across land borders. And LPI is trying hard and it's ensuring to undertake regular consultations with all the authorities to ensure this vision. In fact, for simplification of trade procedures and documentation, LPI has formulated a standard operating procedure for cargo movement, and the same has been circulated and is being followed by all the regulatory authorities and stakeholders on the ground. Like other modes of transportation, trade and transport facilitation via land ports is increasingly being linked to the development and application of ICT. I'm happy to inform that LPI has conceptualized a land port management system, which is like a port community system that will act as an integrated platform for all regulatory authorities and stakeholders at the ICP. In terms of its provisions, the system has facilities and provisions for including vehicle tracking, slot management. It has data analysis, disaster recovery provisions, and this will also, in some senses, resolve the problems and issues that were raised by our representative from the India-Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce, because LPMS also has a facility for tracking the parking facility. So it will also ease, in some ways, the congestion at the Petropol-Benapol border point. And the LPMS system is planned to be implemented at all the 9 operational ICPs that is being managed by LPI today. And it will also have the provision to include other upcoming ICPs in the future. So by this system, we are trying to ensure greater means of coordination and coherence amongst all the regulatory authorities and the stakeholders involved in cross-border trade. And as a last point, I would also like to mention that LPI is actually seeking a more coordinated and collaborative border management approach. The authority works in close cooperation with its counterparts in its neighboring countries. And setting an example of a strong border agency cooperation between the Land Ports Authority of India and Bangladesh Land Port Authority, both the countries laid the foundation stone of a common second cargo gate along the international border at ICP Petropol, which is the busiest border crossing point between India and Bangladesh, last year in September. Now, this move is expected to speed up the release clearance of goods at the border crossing through a better institutional arrangement and further enhance bilateral trade and connectivity between the two countries. And with these brief remarks, I would like to once again thank the organizers and all the eminent panelists and the participants for joining today's session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Samriddhi Bilal. Thank you for your delivery. We would now move to Mr. Dr. Varghese Pandey. Dr. Varghese Pandey, can you hear us, sir?
Yeah, I am hearing to you, sir.
Okay, sir. Sir, you can start your delivery, sir.
Okay, thank you. Very good morning to you all, Honorable Commissioner of the Custom and Bangladesh authorities and the authorities of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and exporter importers. We welcome to you all. Now I sharing my slides. Okay. Are you seeing my slides? Are you getting my slides?
Yes, Dr. Pandey, we are seeing your slide.
Okay, okay.
If you make it full screen.
Yeah. मंजू कहाँ से करेगा? अच्छा एक मिनट. Are you getting full screen?
Yes, we are. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But now I will start my slides. What is the plant quarantine? The plant quarantine is not more. It is very simple. The quarantine word you are more aware after the COVID-19, and if the quarantine procedures involve in plant and plant products, then it called plant quarantine. Very simple. And the pest it is annoy to human being. It's called pest. And if pest is any pest is available in Bangladesh and not available in India, or in India and not in Bangladesh, then the pest regulatory procedure called quarantine procedure of the quarantine pest. And for this regulation, we use the phytosanitary measures to check the quarantine pest from this country, and from that country to in our country. Why plant quarantine required? As you are aware that in 1845 to 1849, due to Irish famine caused by the photosynthesis in potato by the causing and potato lead blight, more than 1 million people are killed or forced to leave his station due to starvation, other things. You again see the why plant quarantine, because the plant by the not implementing the proper plant quarantine procedure. You see here a lot of pest entered into India, as like in 1889 green scale in coffee entered into India. It is a long list. Now I am coming on 1916. The Parthenium histophorus beets entered into India in wheat by the USA. The objectives of plant quarantine. Manju, ये क्यों नहीं जा रहा है? ये minimize. 1 second. What is the objectives of plant quarantine? To facilitate export certification of plants and plant products for safe global trade in agriculture, to protect our plant life from ravages of the steppe insect pest, to prevent the entry, establishment, and spread of the exotic pest in India as per the provisions of the Destructive Insect Pest Act 1914. How plant quarantine works? It is the part of United Nations of Food and Agriculture Organization, followed by the National Plant Protection Convention (IPPC), followed by the Regional Plant Protection Convention Asia Pacific. Then the National Plant Protection Organization is the NPPO in Government of India, followed by the Directorate of Plant Protection Quarantine. Then the Plant Quarantine Station Guwahati. The phytosanitary measures works by the ISPM, International Standards for Phytosanitary Measures. A lot of phytosanitary measures adopted by us, and it is promoted by the FAO, and as we are signatory of WTO, so we have followed these type of ISPMs. See here a lot of ISPMs. Till date, ISPM 42. 42 ISPMs adopted by us as well as funded by FAO. The ISPM 42, the requirements of use of temperature treatment as phytosanitary measures in adopted in 2018. Now we are going on main ISPMs as like ISPM 12. In this ISPM 12, we issue the phytosanitary certificates, and by using this type of phytosanitary certificates, you can export your consignment from India to Bangladesh. The requirement made by importing countries with the respect to preparation and issue of the phytosanitary certificates, purpose of phytosanitary certificates, mode of issue of the certificates, attachments, unacceptable certificates, invalid phytosanitary certificates, and foreign activities. These type of activities would be governed by the ISPM 12. Now ISPM 13, guidelines for notification of non-compliance and emergency action. If suppose you send any consignment by the from India to Bangladesh, and Bangladesh country find any pest in consignment which is regulated in Bangladesh, then the remedy, if the remedy procedure over in the Bangladesh country, the country would remedy the procedure of the consignment. If they not have remedy procedure, then they have sent a non-compliance, and these things are governed by the ISPM 13. Now the ISPM 18, guidelines for use of radiation as a phytosanitary measures. It is not useful for export of the Bangladesh country. guidelines for phytosanitary import regulatory system. It is only for importing, not for exporting. Now ISPM 28, phytosanitary treatment for regulated pests. As I already told you all that if the remedy procedure available in India or in Bangladesh, the remedy procedure would be followed. If any consignment infested with insect, pest or any disease, if not, they would be deported or restricted in the same country. Now ISPM 31, methodologies for sampling of consignment. Suppose you put up any consignment for inspection meant to export to Bangladesh or any country, then we have to inspect the consignment and sample the consignment. How sampling did, it is governed by the ISPM 31. This standard provides guidance to National Plant Protection Organization in selecting appropriate sampling methodologies for inspection or testing of consignments to verify compliance with phytosanitary requirements. This standards does not give guidelines on field sampling, for example, as required for survey and others. How you start your export? First, you have to register in the plant quality information system. By this, you require PAN. PAN you can get from the Income Tax Department, Government of India. Then you have export import code. It is issued by the DGFT, Government of India. GST registration certificate of the means the requirement of the registration. First PAN, then IC, then Udyog Aadhaar is not also mandatory. And selection of products, you select the product which is freely exportable except prohibited or restricted commodity. As you are aware or not aware, a lot of consignments are restricted to a lot of countries, as like in just Indonesia banned our commodity as like ginger. And before 3 to 4 years, the European Union also banned a lot of commodities as like brinjal, as like mango. So before planning our export, you should think about what is the product that is freely exportable, that should be not prohibited or restricted, and the trends of export different country to different products are the trend. As like some countries are exporting only the tea, some countries are only taking the rice. So you have to check the trend of the commodity, and before starting the export, you should check the market assess. It is commodity wise, the quality of commodities, the monetary benefits, the buyer and country requirements. It differs from country to country. As EU country is required by cost processing, as I told. Mexico requires from Khapra BTL and registered pack house. The backward linkage of the commodities. If you're sending chili to Mexico, then you have to backward linkage of the product as well as the registered pack house with the Directorate of Plant Protection, Quarantine and Storage as well as the PIDA. You can see here as buyer seller meet, you can find the exports and imports, exporter and importer. Now you require to submit these papers after the registration. Letter of agreement before starting export, you have to letter of agreement and import permit and additional declaration requires differ from country to country. Suppose some countries are requiring additional declarations, as like European Union asking in case of mango, it should be free from fruit fly. As like if you are sending papaya, they also requires a declaration that is free from fruit fly. Our country not required import permit except propagating materials as like soil, live plants, etc. as per Plant Content Order 2003. Registration permission of the organization as like tea board, spice board, customs. Some products are require more organization involvement as like tea board, spice board. There are two URLs can be accessed by the Chrome or Internet Explorer. These URL you can note down also. Here some SOPs are available. One can see these for export, and it differs from country to country or commodity. Now you see the how to register in the PKIS system. Before ever starting export, you have to register in the PKIS, and by these URL, as I told the URL, by using these URL, you go on Google and you just write your URL, then you get this type of page. Here you log in. Below the login, you see sign up. When you click the sign up, then you get this type of form. You fill these form as like export import name, address, and we have here 5 address options. I like many exporters getting problem. I like they have a different address in IC and different address in PAN, difference in GST registration. So you mention all the address. So there is no any problem in the registration, as well as when you getting export, there is no address mismatch between quarantine, between custom, between T-board and others. Then you have to register. Click the button register. Then again option that you should contact admin. After contact admin, you first of all I tell this: fill the details. I already told PAN and Aadhaar number. After this, one can get message email that contact admin. After this, you should submit the hard copy of the IC, PAN, and GST to PQ office. After this, the PQ office verify along and when you register your PQI system, then you have a valid email ID as well as valid mobile number. If you given already valid phone number and valid email ID, after this, if you have any problem in future, suppose you forget your password, and if you have valid email ID and phone number, you can uh, again there you can forget password, then you can the new password in your email, and after this you can reset your password and email. Already told to you. After getting registered in the PQI system, you use your ID and password. By that URL, you log in there, and after login, as you here, phytosanitary certificates as by the red arrow, you click the phytosanitary certificate. After clicking the phytosanitary certificate, you may get this type of form as like applied to which station. Suppose you get registration in Guwahati, I want to send consignment from Kolkata or Mumbai or some anywhere. Then you click apply to station Guwahati, Kolkata, Mumbai as like. Once registration required in the plant bill system, you can export from India any station as like Kolkata, Mumbai, Delhi, Guwahati, any station. Then you have filled the exporter name already as you registered, same here appear. Then after the importer name, then importer address, the commodity, select the commodity, it is by the pop-up, you just click and scroll, then you can select the commodity. After selecting the commodity, the scientific name automatically will come. Then the commodity description, then select the plant part, then select category, then select quantity, then units, then quantity, number of package, mode of packing, distinguished mark if you any have, country of origin India already from if you are exporting from India, then India, purpose export sowing, propagation or for consumption, country to export, which country you want to export, and means of conveyance by road, by sea, by air, what type of conveyance you using, place of inspection. If you want inspect the consignment in the office, then you select the office. Otherwise, as where your consignment located, you select that location. Then the value of commodity. After this, you check these as like fumigation certificate, invoice, import permit, letter of agreement, ship bill, aero bill, and others. You for export, you have to check only the invoice and letter of agreement, import permit, and others. In others, the packing is involved. And after this, you tick the I have read the disclaimers and accept all the terms and conditions. After this, you have to submit. After the submit, you can take print, and again you go in the application status. In application status, you go there. One option is fee. Then you submit the fee, online fee. It is not much more than 150. The maximum amount is 150. So you submit the fee and you take the print the application. Next. As like I already told, many fields are with pop-up. So just click and scroll. You have get many options. After this, print this online fill application and submit it with invoice, packing list, shipping bill, aero bill, contact copy, import permit, fumigation certificate if required. After this, PQ officer depot of system. Fumigation certificate required only Bangladesh now for wheat, for rice, only fumigation required for wheat and wheat, rice, and maize for the Bangladesh. If you are sending these three commodities, wheat, rice, and maize, then you have to fumigation certificate. Next, essential documents to be provided by the exporter importer. For import, original phytosanitary certificate, bill of lading, aerobill bill, bill of entry, invoice, packing list, certificate of origin, and treatment certificate if required. And for export, invoice, packing list, shipping bill, aerobill, contact copy, import permit, fumigation certificate. Now here I want to see the channel by whom you know the procedure. As you submit the export application, after this it will be summarized in the office. If probated item, then reject the application. If your item is not probated, then each application is complete, then registration of application. And if not correct, then it would be reverted and resubmit the application. After this assessment of fee, you submit fee. After this, the issuance of the quarantine order, by which the commodity comes in which quarantine order. Then input data application. Then inspect and sampling of the consignment, as I already told. Then laboratory testing of the samples. Then if any pest, then the consignment will be rejected. If no any pest, then the consignment would be further pest free. If the quarantine pest, the fumigation treatment procedure will be possible. If the remedy procedure available, then we apply the remedy procedure. If not remedy procedure, the consignment rejected and will be deported or be destructed. Next, phytosanitary requirements. The consignment should be free from, first of all, insect, then pest, then bead signs, swallow, inert material. Export, always export the quality product. As you see here, the quality product would be exported. And before the export, you should label your boxes. I suppose sending any consignment to European or Bangladesh. Suppose a lot of product coming from different country. So if you label, then your importer is easily recognize that this is our product came from India. So labeling the packing and marking. So as you pack, as easy handling means not much more better. Suppose 20 kg pack you made, it is not handling. So you make just 5-10 kg packet. Easy handling, maximum loading, reducing sampling cost, ensuring safety, provides identification and information of cargo packed, and you should also do the insurance. Suppose you not do insurance, if anything happen, then your product would be samples of plant quarantine for inspection. You see here, our inspectors are doing sampling and inspection of the products for the export. Here, the timelines for export and import. Suppose you are import the, then if you import the cut flower, fresh fruit, tissue culture and mushroom span culture, timeline 4 to 6 hours. Plant matter for consumption 1 to 2 working days plus fumigation exposure time if required. Plant and plant materials requiring post-entry quarantine like bulbs, tubers, cuttings, samplings, budwoods, etc. 12 to 24 hours requires. Seeds for sowing 8 to 10 days. For fungal and bacterial additional declaration are verified. 30 to 35 days where additional declaration for the virus are to be verified. And for export, if perishable commodities such as tissue culture, fresh fruits and vegetables and cut flowers, within 24 hours we issue the certificate. And for plant matter for consumption, 1 to 2 working days plus fumigation exposure time required. And for sowing propagating materials, 8 to 10 days required. Here you can see here phytosanitary certificate as well as import release order. In right hand, you are see the import release order, and here the export certificate is PSC. Export potential of any year. Cereals and cereal products, rice, maize, wheat, cut flower ornaments, rose, gerbera, arches, marigold, lily, dried fruits, cashew, dried mushrooms, coastal mushroom, agaricus mushrooms, dry fruits and nuts. A lot of product here you can export. Orange, pineapple, lemon, citrus, lychee, pear, plum, pear, papaya, etc. Beans, cowpea, okra, cucumber, coldcraft tomato, brinjal, gourds, leafy vegetables, food jolokia is very famous for European Union as well as for Bangladesh and other countries also. cardamom, cinnamon, black pepper, lang pepper, bay leaves, bamboo and cane products already exported to Bangladesh as well as Bhutan. Tea in all over world. I am sending coffee all over. Ginger, turmeric, a good quality of curcumin here available, so you can export to Bangladesh and other countries very easily. Here I am giving you a lot of products exported from India to different country. Inspection and rejection. Here you see a lot of products we are receiving, and in there we detect the pest. So before you taking the consignment to the inspection, at primary level you should see this type of products and reject area level. As like you see here, tea flowers and green tea consignments. Here you see pest detected in my office. In brinjal, here you say brinjal fruit and food borer. It is in the fruit. And a broad beans, it is here also a pest. You see here. Inspection rejection of chili here a pest. In pineapple here a pest. Inspection rejection of bulbs and tubers. Here you see jackfruit. Here cracking of the fruits. If any cracks in the fruits, then it means already infested by the insect pest or some other things. So you not select this type of products for export. I like here to ginger. Ginger is rotten. Here you see pomegranate already rotten. Here one pest in bottle, lemon thrips. You cannot see by the naked eye. I already inspected the consignment and kept in the bottle. Lemon thrips exported to European Union. Here you see as like apple. The apple is rotten. It is exported to Bhutan. Here you say onion smut, onion maggot, bulb nematode in potato scab and potato lead blight. These type of symptoms you see in your consignment. At primary level, you reject there. Fresh fruits as like citrus fruit borer, citrus canker, citrus scale insect, citrus fruit fly, citrus mealybug, anthracnose of papaya, black spot of papaya, ring spot of papaya, mealybug of papaya, scale insect of papaya, phytophthora fruit rat of papaya, fruit rat of pineapple, fruit borer of pineapple, mealybug of the pineapple, anthracnose of the beans, bacterial blight of beans, angular spot of beans, spot borer of beans, aphid of beans, shoot and fruit borer of the brinjal, okra. And the same pest is causing the okra and same pest also causing the brinjal. Here gram pot borer, you say in the you see here in the fruit of the okra, the gram pot borer already inserting. Here thrips attack in okra, bacterial blight in okra. Here you see crucifers, the pest of crucifers, bacterial leaf spot, alternate leaf spot, bacterial soft rot, diamond bite moth, anthracnose of cucurbits, mosaic of cucurbits, fruit fly attack in cucurbits, phytophthora fruit rot, anthracnose of tomato, lead blight of tomato, bacterial spot of tomato, fruit fly of tomato, fruit borer of tomato, mosaic of tomato, anthracnose of chili, phytophthora blight of chili, alternate spot of chili, fruit borer of chili, thrips in chili. Here a khapra beetle. It is very nuisance pest for Mexico in Chile. In brinjal, anthracnose of brinjal, fruit rot of brinjal, fruit borer and thrips. Here I showing you some visits by the officers and officials of the plant parent station. Here Hathi sir. Here Daranga for export of bamboo. You see here. Here visit Kamar Desa. Here Golakganj. Flag of fresh jackfruit to London, UK. Here see the pics of Pack House. Flag of King Chili to London, UK. Flag of match to Bangladesh. Meeting awareness program attended by me. And finally, thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey, for this elaborate presentation. So we are now towards the conclusion of this session. So prior to concluding that, I request our chairman, Mr. Vimal Kumar Srivastav, Principal Commissioner, Customs and EP, CBIC, to kindly provide a conclusive remark regarding this session.
Once again, let me thank the organizers for this very enlightening interaction come workshop. And in today's workshop, we have touched upon several dimensions of bilateral trade and bilateral relations between the two countries. We have also seen what are specific measures to enhance the trade between the two countries, and divergent issues from geopolitical issues to intricate technical issues, from multi-agency syndrome to the need for inter-agency coordination, from policy coherence to cross-border coordination. So many dimensions we have discussed, and I'm thankful to all the esteemed panelists for putting forth their ideas on the table. For concluding this session, I would say that we recognize there are different agencies working at the land ports and land customs stations, but there are some common theme, there are some common takeaways for all the agencies which are flowing from this workshop, and I would like to point out a few of them. First of all, as the Honorable Chairman Bangladesh Tariff Commission has suggested, that there's a need to remove regulatory ambiguity, and there should be a continuous exercise for impact assessment. This is very important for all regulatory agencies, which have work facilitator than as a regulator. And for this, there should be a continuous stakeholder consultation so far as different regulations, rules, laws, etc. are concerned. In fact, I would like to draw attention to the specific provisions of the Trade Facilitation Agreement in this area, which requires that at both the stages, that means at the time of a regulatory agency is drafting any regulation or law, there is a need to consult the stakeholders, and after it is put in place, there is a need to give sufficient time gap so that stakeholders can air their views and resolve any difficulties. So this should be a continuous exercise. In India, there are established mechanisms in all agencies, particularly in the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, to take up such exercises from time to time. Second important theme of today's workshop has been the buzzword of simplification, modernization, and harmonization. These are again very important things for all agencies, and it is also flowing from the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. In this regard, I'm sure all agencies on both the sides must have taken up a continuous exercise towards modernization and harmonization in their rules and regulations. And again, the infra development, which is also a part of modernization exercise. Here, I would like to emphasize on the role of the land port authorities of both the sides. And I'm thankful that they have informed us what are the different projects both the sides are working on. And I'm sure that they are working in coordination so as to ensure the coordinated development. And there are certain bottlenecks so far as infra development is concerned, which is coming in the way of smooth trade flow. A few of them could be highlighted as the need to improve parking spaces, the need to provide more warehousing facilities, the need to provide testing facilities, etc. And here again, the role of land port authorities of both the sides is very important, to consult the concerned agencies and ensure that these facilities are put in place as soon as possible. The fourth is, theme, which is very important coming out of this workshop, is the need of cross-border coordination. And when I say cross-border coordination, it should happen at all the level, which means government to government and up to agency to agency. In fact, at most of the land custom station and integrated checkposts, there is an informal mechanism of both the customs authorities of both the sides to have regular meetings and discuss the issues and how to resolve them. And if we talk about the apex level, there is a mechanism of discussion at the Ministry of External Affairs level, at the Commerce Secretary level. There is a infrastructure group of both the countries, which is headed by the chairman of the Land Port Authority of both the countries. And there is a customs group also, where member customs of both the countries sit together with their teams and discuss how to resolve the impinging issues. In fact, let me inform that the next customs subgroup meeting is scheduled on 23rd and 24th March in Dhaka. That means this month only. The next important point is the need of proper interagency coordination. And once again, for this, the role of Land Port Authority of both the sides is very important. We all know that around 20 years back, there used to be only land customs stations, and over a period of time in the last 15-20 years, we have developed many integrated checkposts with all the agencies put in one common platform, coordinating together, talking to each other. And here again, I'm thankful to the Land Port Authority of India for putting forth the concept of LPMS, that is the Land Port Management System. And I think that the concept has already been approved by the authority. And I would urge the other side, the Land Port Authority from Bangladesh, also to think of similar ways. That means to create a platform, an IT-enabled platform on which all the agencies can coordinate their functions together. Finally, two more important areas which I would like to highlight is I think somebody mentioned about the need of curb the smuggling. So cooperation in enforcement is also very important, and that also requires interagency coordination as well as cross-border coordination between both the sides. That means cooperation between security agencies, customs, among themselves, as well as across the border. And finally, I think this is going to be the most important point, is the need of capacity building. We are working together. We are working persistently to create more facilities, develop more infrastructure, more instruments, more arrangements, bilateral arrangements. But unless our stakeholders know about it, I think the effort would be futile. So there is a need of continuous capacity building of stakeholders from both the sides. So I'm sure that with all the measures in place and with the continuous effort from different agencies from both the sides, we are going to materialize the true potential of India-Bangladesh cross-border trade very soon. And definitely it is going to fuel the economic development of both the countries. So with these words, I thank you very much and give the floor to the organizers.
Thank you very much, sir. So we now come to the end of the technical session. We had a query from Mr. M.J. Sheikh. If sir, Mr. M.J. Sheikh, if you'd like to ask about it, you are unmuted. If you would like to say something regarding certain queries which you have put up. Mr. M.J. Sheikh, would you like to address the House?
I am also associated with India-Bangladesh Chamber for some number of years. And Mr. Dewan Sultan Ahmed mentioned very rightly whatever I wanted to say. Our practical experience is this container movement between Mumbai and Chittagong, between Mumbai and Benapol, are more or less having similar troubles. Our expectation was the internal trade between Mumbai and Benapol would have been easier when the containers are not available, when the sea freight has gone up 5 times in this sector. But unfortunately, the real-time experience during last 1 year is both expense as well as time for a container to reach through inland between Mumbai to Benapol is sometimes more than the sea between Mumbai and Chittagong. And similar experience if we route the cargo via Chennai port. We have seen a lot of developments, but the pace of trade volume and the cargo has obviously outpaced the infra growth. That is a concern that everybody has accepted, tried to address, but a lot more has to be done. I have been witness to this trade last 20 years. I worked for this company last 30 years. Many times I feel sad that despite our IT growth, our so many other infra growth, airports growth, we have a airport in Calcutta which we can be proud of. But we don't have a port in Benapol which we can be proud of. So that is my view, which I wanted to project. Thank you very much for giving time to speak. I'm really thankful, and will continue to contribute wherever possible. Hopefully, our viewpoints helps the decision makers, the land port commissioner and chairman and relevant commissioner, principal commissioner present here, and takes all consulted views and give some push to the efforts which are undergoing now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Whatever has been discussed today, it has been recorded, and this will all be documented and presented as a white paper to the relevant departments of both the governments. So we will continue with this. So we now come to the end of this technical session, the special session on the role of regulatory authorities. So from next, the next session we are having, we'll be having the special session on port use agreements from 1 p.m. I would request the dignitaries present and the delegates present to kindly join that session also. So I would now like to thank the panelists here. I would like to thank Mohammad Afzal Hussain, Chairman, Bangladesh Trade and Tariff Commission, for his presence here and his deliveries. I'd like to thank Sri Vimal Kumar Srivastava, Principal Commissioner, Customs and EP, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, Government of India, for his insightful deliveries today. I would also like to thank Muhammad Mustafa Kamal Mazumdar, Member, Admin and Finance, Bangladesh Land Port Authority, for his delivery. I would like to thank Sri Dewan Sultan Ahmed, Honorary Treasurer, India Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I would also like to thank Madam Samriddhi Bimal, Senior Trade Researcher from EVNY, representing Land Ports Authority of India, for her presentation. And finally, I'd like to thank Dr. Vagish Pandey, Assistant Director, Plant Protection Center, Plant Protection Station, Guwahati, for his elaborate presentation. So I thank all the panelists and all the delegates being here today. So we would request you to rejoin at 1 o'clock for the special session on port use agreements. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much too. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So many thanks.
Thank you, sir.
sir,
Unmute চলতেছে। ভিডিও অফ করলেন।
start video, sir. To the sir. Start video, sir.
ভিডিও কি অফ?
Yes, sir. Video of us.
ছবি কার?
ICC, sir. Sir, ICC, sir.
আমাদের ভিডিও অফ আছে।
জি স্যার,
আমাদের পজিশন দেখছি দেখা যাচ্ছে।
হ্যালো,
ভিডিও সহ চলে আসছে কেন?
হ্যাঁ।
ফোন করেন।
ভিডিও আমি এখন অন করলাম স্যার।
মেম্বার স্যার বলছেন নাকি? শ্রী ইমতিয়াজ হোসেন from Mongla Port Authority. Welcome, sir.
ওয়েলকাম, থ্যাংক ইউ।
হ্যাঁ স্যার, আমার ভয়েসটা ক্লিয়ার? গুড আফটারনুন স্যার, গুড আফটারনুন। আমার ভয়েসটা ক্লিয়ারলি শুনতে পাচ্ছেন আশা করি?
জি, হ্যাঁ ওয়েল।
হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে, আপনার ভয়েসটা ক্লিয়ারলি শোনা যাচ্ছে স্যার।
হ্যাঁ,
থ্যাংক ইউ।
থ্যাংক ইউ।
Thank you. Good afternoon, Salve Kumar sir. This is Siddharth Roy from Indian Chamber of Commerce. Am I clearly audible to you, sir?
Voice, video, everything clear, no?
Yes, your audio and video both are clear, sir.
Sir, I will be sharing one presentation.
Yeah, no issue, sir. Yes, absolutely.
I can share.
Yes, you can share, sir.
Let me check up.
Yes, you can share once.
এখানে স্যার যারা পার্টিসিপেন্ট আছে
মানে ওদের কন্ট্রোল করতেছে। চ্যানেলটা আমরা।
Yes, it is clearly visible, sir.
অফ থাকা অবস্থা স্যার, ওদের আমরা যেভাবে দেখছি স্যার, যে এইভাবে যেভাবে দেখছি পুরো আমাদেরকে ওইভাবে দেখছে স্যার, শুধু আমি আমাকে দেখতে পারবো না স্যার।
Yeah, Salve Kumar sir, it is clearly visible, your PPT. Yes, it is a full screen, right sir?
দেখতে পাচ্ছে না,
Clearly visible.
দেখে বুঝতেছে যে
এরকম দেখা যাচ্ছে
এরকম দেখা যাচ্ছে, ওরা ওভাবে দেখতে
Good afternoon, Samimul Haq Siddiqui, sir. Can you hear us, sir? I give you it.
Yes, I hear you. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Welcome, sir. We will start the session shortly, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Vikyat Sethi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. We can also hear. Fine. Welcome. So we can now start this technical session, the special session on port agreements. I welcome all the dignitaries. I welcome Sri AKM Samimui Haq Siddiqui, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Shipping, Government of Bangladesh. Thank you for being there, sir. I would also like to thank Mohammed Imtiaz Hussain, Member Engineering and Development, Mongla Port Authority. Welcome, sir. I would also like to welcome Sri A. Selva Kumar, Director, Northeastern Region, Inland Waterways Authority of India, and also his colleagues. I would also like to welcome Mr. Vikyat Sethi, Senior Consultant, Land Port Authority of India. So I welcome you all to initiate this port use agreement. We are discussing the explanation, the port use agreements in India and Bangladesh, and the use of cross-border inland waterways. So to initiate the session, I would request Sri AKM Samimui Haq Siddiqui, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Shipping, Government of Bangladesh, to initiate his session and also coordinate the session. Thank you, sir.
Respected participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon you to all. On behalf of the Ministry of Shipping Bangladesh, I like to congratulate the organizers of the virtual India-Bangladesh stakeholder meet for arranging the event. We should play an important role on augment of trade relations between Bangladesh and India to newer height. I understand the hardiness, effective cooperation between the stakeholders of the business community of both the countries is a continuous process which has to be followed up to a regular basis. On that note, this year meet is even more significant than that of 2019. The Ministry of Shipping Bangladesh considers such program as very useful for strengthening the relations between both countries on trade and connectivity. In terms of connectivity with our neighbors, Bangladesh is endowed with a unique geographical location to serve as a well-developed hinterland of the region. Since connectivity is the foremost prerequisite for economic and infrastructural development, the Ministry of Shipping of the Government of Bangladesh has been relentlessly contributing to the process of enhanced connectivity with the neighbors, particularly with the land-linked northeastern region of India. Apart from direct connections with the other parts of India, connectivity with the other neighboring countries such as Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Maldives, Thailand is important too. Since transportation cost is a significant determinant of competitiveness to today's globalized economy. Given that context, the Ministry of Shipping under the prudent leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is implementing a number of mega projects in order to facilitate smooth, hassle-free and cost-effective transportation of goods for taking the booming economy of the country to an all-time high. So we in the Ministry of Shipping of Bangladesh are looking forward to have better and effective cooperation with our neighbors to achieve the goal of a win-win situation for all nations of the region. Bangladesh India Shipping Secretary level talks, meeting of the Standing Committee of PIWT&T and Intergovernmental Committee increase the relation between the two countries. I hope it will carry forward the two countries' close cooperation of shipping and maritime affairs. We have signed second addendum to PIWTT, fairway development of Ashuganj, Jokiganj, and Shirazganj. Doikha is going on. Dredging operation of the river Gomati is near to completion. Transshipment ports like Ashuganj is under construction. I wish every success of virtual Bangladesh India
stakeholder meet 2002. Thank you all. And now I I invite the participants one by one and discuss about the matter.
I would like to now invite Sri Muhammad Imtiaz Hussain, Member Engineering and Development, Mongla Port Authority, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you. Today's discussion is very, it will be very effective for the northeast portion, particularly northeast portion of India, and other countries like mentioned, particularly Nepal and Bhutan, Thailand also. And this will help our trade, our commerce, and our overall economy of for both the countries. I expect its proper implementation, and this will help both the country to come with a better position regarding this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We believe that we will there will be discussion about this within the panel also, and from the audience, if somebody wants to ask a question, please raise your hand online. Now we'd like to invite Sri A. Selvakumar, Director NER, Inland Waterways Authority of India, to kindly deliver his presentation.
Good afternoon, sir. First of all, I'd like to thank ICC for giving an opportunity for IWA to participate and express our requirement in this forum. Then I am also thankful to my Bangladesh counterparts who are present in this meeting. What are the issues what we are facing that I like to express in the way of presentation so that it will be easy to understand. I'm sharing my presentation. It is only 4-5 slides only, so that it will give some map and all while discussing, and then it will give a clarity. I think this presentation is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible. Sir, if you can make it full screen, sir. Yeah, fine, sir. It's fine.
Okay, thank you. This is the first slide I made in that one. For about here it mentions about the fairway development. So that's why I put map also. Here you can see that Sirajganj Daikwa. That stretches around 175 kilometers. You can see this one. And then another Ashulganj to Jakiganj is 295 kilometers. I'm talking about these two stretches. Here, this first stretch that Sirajganj to Daikwa, that comes under IBP route 1 and 2. And it is as well as 7 and 8 also. Well, when we talk about Daikwa to Sirajganj, there are some depth issues are there. Now, recently we have brought some vessels from Patna to Pandu, and some vessels are coming from this Haldia to Pandu also. There we are facing some depth issues are there. A vessel was grounding, and they have to waste 1 or 2 days time also while crossing these stretches. That issue is there. Then another one problem what we have faced is that flotilla combination, that is a tug and a dump barge combination. That also we are sending vessels from Haldia to here. There recently what we came to know, see, I used to have a discussion with this Bangladesh counterpart also. Even I have informed it well in advance also. about the flotilla dimension and what type of quantity of cargo they are bringing, everything I'm informed. But they also ensured me that the depth is more than 2.1, 2.5, 2.2 meter, and it is also having 30-meter width. That is one of our vessels, that Lal Bahadur Shastri, could be able to cross this area and come without any problem. But one more issue, what we found recently, that flotilla was having 90-meter length and width is also 25 meters, because two dump barges were tied together and it was brought by tug. They were unable to negotiate even bend, because there are depth is there, width is there, but whereas bends are there. When even though we are having a 2-meter depth and 30-meter width, that bend is negotiating this 90-meter length of the vessel, some problem has come and they couldn't pass that channel. And they have brought through Daikwa and now it has come to Indian Straits. This also, I may like to request BAWT while doing dredging, this bend curve also should be made in such a way that this type of length vessels can smoothly negotiate and they can pass that area. That is one issue, sir. Then another one thing, what we are having, we are seeing that so many vessels are coming into India for loading stone chips, coal and all. There we are seeing that draft mark is not mentioned in that vessels. Those things also, no, we can ensure that one, because I have seen many vessels are having the draft, but few vessels, we can say they are not having those marks. So based on that one, that exact quality of which they are loading and then safety of the vessel also, loading up to the mark also, we can ensure it. These are all the things, we are getting information from our field office also, to the office and IW office. That if you make this also as a mandatory thing, then draft mark, then it will be very useful. So this thing also we are facing this one. Then another issue is that when the pilot also, what happened, we are moving the vessel in a time-bound manner from Patna to this Pandu or from Altia to Pandu. Every time, every day, we are monitoring the vessel, where it is anchored, what speed it is going, and where they are placed. Everything, location, everything we are monitoring from here, and accordingly we are planning also. Sometimes what happens, they tell that sir, pilot has not come. We have to wait up to 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, then only pilot come. Because normally they start by early morning, wait 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. And they have to wait for 4-5 years. That 4-5 hours is a critical time. 4-5 hours with then almost 1/4 of day goes waste. Those things also, I feel to project in this forum. That is to be taken care, because that when vessels are not that much frequently moving. It is coming once in a month like that only. At least during those times, the pilot have to ensure that one, because of them boarding the vessel should not be idle. The movement is to be made a smooth movement and continuous movement. For want of our pilot, they should not waste time also. Those things also I thought to bring it here. Then one more thing I want to project is this area, this Sirajganj, Daikwa, Ashuganj to Jackie Kanchi. That area already there is an MOU between government of India and Bangladesh to ensuring 2.5-meter depth and 30-meter wide channel. That also may be ensured from BAWT. This is first slide. Then I'm going to second slide. This is about this fairway development, the continuation. See, what I feel is that every fortnight a Talway survey from the BAWT, they are conducting, but that soft data, if they are sharing with us, having that 20-meter interval, that sorted file, so that we can upload in our Pani portal also. We are having one digital portal, Pani. Then that Pani portal, we can put those data also, because whatever survey we are doing in our national waterway, we are uploading those data. If you get that soft copy of the data, then actually we are getting in that not in that soft copy, that sorted file XYZ. We are getting in that Excel only. But if we get in the sorted file, then we can upload it in our Pani portal, so that IWT operators, they can see this data and they can use it also. That will be, it will give the real-time data also for the IWT users. Then this is the requirement for the Pani portal, because this Pani portal is being used by IWTA. IWA for facilitating transportation of cargoes by the IWA operators, and it will give a good decision making also. If any IWA operator want to move their cargo through this waterway, they can plan also by seeing the depth with all this thing. That is the one thing I'd like to bring here. Then next is that one. This is also one big issue we are facing. We are crossing this our Bangladesh waterway or IW, this inland Indian waterways without any problem. But there is a one no man's land area is there. There is Daikwar, Dubri, and Asukanch, Jagi, and Kariman stretch out. Those things is to be taken up, is to be surveyed, and then dredging is to be done. But as per this, some understanding with India and the government of Bangladesh, we have already conveyed our Indians NOC, which we got from Home Affairs, and we have already given to BAWT, also government of Bangladesh, for conducting this survey, and we have already nominated also that person from Indian side on behalf of India who will be present in this survey activity. Those details also already we have shared. And this BAWT, we request that they can take up this matter with their security agencies, and this hydrographic survey and dredging activity. If they are common signal, then it will be better, because here this is in our this Dubri side, Dubri and Bangladesh border side, there is also no man's land about 1.7 kilometer length. There also we are facing their difficulties. That if you taken up by BAWT, that it will be a great useful. So then next, what I want to inform is about this Gumti River. This Gumti River that comes under protocol group 9 and 10. There we have done survey during the April 2021 JTC, comprising of both the countries from Indian and Bangladesh side. That we have done inspection and survey also. I was also present in that team, and we have calculated also. We have done a detailed inspection, and we have even made a very good report also, which contains all the details. Even beat wise, we have mentioned that what is the chain, what is the depth, is shallow depth, how much quantity is to be dredged. Those are all details we have brought out, and we have given a recommendation also. What should be the dredging quantity and what depth we can dredge, what will be the width of the channel also, so that this waterway about 93.5 kilometer can be used. Because here in our area also, we are getting more monitoring details from our higher level also, even minister level also, to take up this work, that make this Gumti River operational. This in that 21st standing committee meeting also, it was agreed by Bangladesh side that they will develop this waterway, the Gumti River, for a 2.5 meter depth and 30 meter width. And in that they, while doing dredging also, there we have to remove so many hindrance, old dilapidated condition, bridges are there, piers are there, submerged piers are all there. Those will cause hindrance to our navigation. Safety aspect also we have to take into consideration, and those obstacles needs to be removed while doing dredging activities. These are all very important things to be removed also. This is also one of the things I like to bring it here. Then this is the thing my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for this insightful presentation, sir. So, our session coordinator, Siddiqui, sir, do you have anything to say regarding this presentation, sir?
Thank you, the presenter. We have noted the problem of flotilla, and BIWTA will take necessary arrangement for the smooth navigation in Sirazganj, Doikhao, and Ashuganj, Jokiganj IWT route. The second point is we received the Indian no objection of dredging in no man's land, and BIWTA will take necessary action soon. And we note all the problems for the Indian ships, and we hope BIWTA and Ministry of Shipping Bangladesh will take necessary actions immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we would like to invite Mr. Vikyat Sethi, Senior Consultant, Senior Consultant, Land Force Authority of India, to kindly deliver his presentation.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all. Thanks for inviting us to this meeting. So just to give a brief introduction, so LPI is the nodal agency which is responsible for construction, operation, and management of the integrated checkposts along the land borders, and it houses all the regulatory agencies of immigration, customs, security, and provides all the facilities in a single complex. And LPI has operationalized 9 ICPs, and there are 14 more which are in the process of development. Out of these 9, 4 ICPs are along the India-Bangladesh border, which are Agartala, Sutarkandi, Srimantapur, and Petrapol. And then we are also focusing on improving the land border infrastructure in context of improving the connectivity with the northeastern regions. It is also in line with the vision of PM's Gati Shakti, where LPI is undertaking planning and execution of infrastructure projects with different agencies such as Inland Waterways, Ministry of Railways, Road Transportation and Highways. This will help reduce the logistics cost and improve the logistics efficiency along the borders. So for this also, ICP Srimantapur in Tripura is an example of collaboration where we have collaborated with Inland Waterways for realizing the benefits of multimodal connectivity. So as you know, ICP Srimantapur is located on the banks of Gomti River, and there IWAI has set up a temporary floating jetty which has allowed movement of ferries and boats with the capacity of 50 tons to pass through this route. Then we are also in the process of upgradation the land custom stations into the ICPs, where we have conducted a gap analysis on the infrastructure of land custom stations. A detailed study was undertaken for the infrastructure evaluation and also on the parameters of export, import, immigration, international treaties and agreements, infrastructure which is available there, what is the industry, what is the tourism, how is the market in those areas. And discussions and correspondences were held with various stakeholders to identify the challenges. So based on this study, 66 land custom stations were shortlisted for upgradation into the integrated check post in a phase-wise manner over the next 10 years. Out of these 66, 24 have been which have been shortlisted are along the India-Bangladesh border. Next, I would also like to bring in that the route which is connecting Agartala with Chattogram port is very cost efficient as compared to the Siliguri corridor. Like for instance, the distance by road from Kolkata port to Agartala via the Siliguri corridor is approximately 1600 kilometer and requires transportation time of 8 to 10 days and a cost of almost 7,000 per ton. And the transshipment route via Chattogram port is shorter with a sea distance of 650 kilometers from Kolkata to Chattogram. And then the inland distance of around 250 kilometers from the port to Agartala. So the ICP at Agartala, it has the requisite infrastructure to utilize this and strengthen the trade connectivity between India and Bangladesh. Next, we also have a proposal for construction of a rail-based ICP at Nischantpur, which is along the Agartala-Akhoda rail link in Tripura. This proposed ICP holds potential in strengthening not just the intra-regional trade in South Asia, but also the cargo movement between the northeastern regions and the rest of India via the rail link. Next, LPI is also constructing an ICP at Sabroom, Sabroom has a location advantage of having the shortest and direct connectivity to Chattogram port from the northeastern regions. And it is in the process of developing this along the India-Bangladesh border. The total identified area is around 49 acres, while the planned built-up area is around 4.5 acres. This ICP is also has a vital link through both road and railways. A road bridge has been constructed on the Feni River that separates India's landlocked states and Bangladesh. The 150-meter bridge will connect the town of Sabroom in Tripura and Ramgarh in Bangladesh, and it will shorten the cargo travel time and distance between Sabroom and Chittagong. And consequent to the operationalization of the bridge on River Feni, the NH44 shall be directly connected to Chattogram port of Bangladesh, which is just 75 kilometers from Sabroom. So the cargo can directly move till Chattogram port, as it is currently opposed to moving to Haldia in West Bengal, which is nearly 1700 kilometers away. So this will ease the movement of trade and cargo. And also ICP Sabroom will have a direct connectivity with the Sabroom railway station, which is also at a short distance of 2 kilometers. So thank you. That was all from the LPAI point of view.
Thank you, Mr. Vikyat Sethi. The chairman, Samim Haq Siddiqui, sir, if you have anything to comment on this.
Yes, thank you. I have some comments about these matters. I think that the proposal it is a very important proposal, and it cannot be solved in this meeting. This proposal may discuss in next SSLT. Thank you.
Fine, sir. I would like to tell you that we are also live streaming on YouTube. So there are many participants from YouTube also. Mr. MJ Sek, would you like to put something up to the panelists? Mr. MJ Sek. Mr. MJ Sek, from Assam Export Cell, do you have anything to ask? We will now request after this discussion to the chairman, AKM Samimi Haq Siddiqui, sir, if you would kindly provide a conclusive remark to this session. If you could also say about the way forward.
Thank you. It's my opinion that it's a very important session, and with the neighboring countries meet virtually. If we meet physically, it will be much better. But I think that it is a very good discussion, and there are many problems in the IWT route, and both India and Bangladesh we are benefited in this route, this IWT route. We know that it is the cheapest route. If we carry goods by train or truck, the cost is high. So both the countries uh, work together for a long time. We know that PIWTT is a very old old communication between the two countries, and we hope by these sessions both we are benefited. We know each other, and I think that there are many problems that cannot be solved in these sessions, and the important issues can be discussed in the next standing committee, PIWTT and ACMP. Thank you for invite me. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'd just like to offer thanks to our panelists. I'd like to thank Sri AKM Samui Haq Siddiqui, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Shipping, Government of Bangladesh, for your coordination of this session. I'd like to thank Sri Muhammad Imtiaz Hussain, Member Engineering and Development, Mongla Port Authority, for your presence. I would like to thank Yes, sir. I would like to thank Sri A. Selvakumar, Director, NER, Indian Waterways Authority of India, for his detailed presentation regarding the India-Bangladesh waterways. And finally, I would like to thank Mr. Vikhyat Sethi for the information, for the enlightening information you have provided to the panel and the House. So thank you so much. We are having we'll have a third session at 3:30, which will be the special session on role of transporters and freight forwarders. So I request the panelists and the delegates to kindly join. The same ID and link which is provided to you, you can join it from there with that link only. So we now come to the end of this session. Whatever has been discussed in this session will be created as a white paper and it's shared with the relevant departments of the relevant countries. So thank you all so much for your presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
আনমিউট আর কথা বলা যাবে এখন এখন হলো মিউট যদি করতে চাই আচ্ছা পরে কটা হলো তিনটায় generation or actionable points and operation of action plan. Interpreter. Sorry.
হ্যাঁ, আমি এখন হ্যাঁ দেখতে আমাকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি, কাউকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি। ওকে, থ্যাংক ইউ, থ্যাংক ইউ।
Yes, Amirul sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Yes, and your voice is also loud and clear, sir.
Yeah.
Sure.
আমি
We will start the session exactly after half an hour. Like now is in your time it is I think 3:46 if I'm not wrong.
এখন
Sorry, 3:56. আপনাদের in your Bangladesh time the session will start at 4 p.m.
No, Bangladesh time is 3:37.
Right. So it will start in Bangladesh time. It will start on 4, sir. 4 p.m. in your time.
After 23 minutes, right?
Right, sir. Right, sir.
আমি কি ভিডিও অফ করে দেব?
হ্যাঁ, এখন অফ করে রাখতে পারেন, তাহলে আপনার ডেটা সেভ হয়ে যাবে, আননেসেসারি ডেটা লস হবে না আর কি। শিওর।
সঙ্গে জানা এটা আমার ওয়াইফাই তে ডেটা কি লিংক কি আপনাদের নাকি?
কি বলছেন স্যার?
লিংক একটা কি? লিংকটা কি আসছে? লিংক
হচ্ছে ওয়েবেক্স স্যার। সিসকো ওয়েবেক্স লিংক স্যার।
আবার লিংকসের এটা ক্লোজ
লিংকটা হচ্ছে
আচ্ছা নেগেটিভ
না, লিংকটা থাক, এটা আপনি লগইন করে রেখে দিন। লগইন করে রেখে দিন স্যার। আপনি ভিডিওটা অফ করে আপনি লগইন করে রেখে দিন। ওকে স্যার। Hello, Mahbubur Rahman sir. Am I audible to you?
I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Siddharth Rai?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, I can see you. I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, okay. You're welcome.
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon, Sri Mahbubur Rahman sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah.
I'm
Thank you
seeing
for joining us.
7 attendees. Mr. Siddhartha Rai, can I ask you a
Clearly
question?
manifested
Is
Sir,
and
sir, I'll tell
Mr.
you.
Is Sri Amitlal Meena, the co-coordinator of this session, is attending?
stop.
No, sir. Currently, sir, the updated one I have said. I'm saying you that currently, so you have joined. Then from Chairman Federation of Freight Forwarders Association, Mr. Sankar Shinde will join. Then Sri Raj Kiran Kanagla from Group Head Business Development and Head TARC Transport Corporation of India will join. And Sri Amirul Islam Chaudhary Mizan, Senior Vice President, Bangladesh Freight Forward Association will join.
Okay, so and what about other participants?
Other participants, there are attendees here, and we are also live streaming on YouTube, sir. So YouTube also there are participants from that side, sir. We for this session there are 4 panelists only, sir. 2 from Bangladesh and 2 from India, sir. Concerned officials.
Also, the special secretary is not participating now, huh?
So currently, no, sir. He could not participate due to some special reason, sir.
Okay.
Right now, sir, you will be leading the meeting, sir. Mahbubur Rahman, sir, you will be leading the meeting, sir.
Okay.
Seal marks.
Okay, understood.
We are going to start at 1 o'clock, sir. Sorry, what? 3:30. We told started. It's 3:20 now. In 10 minutes,
Yes.
we'll start, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Stop. If we get a positive reply,
Mahbubur, Amirul Islam, sir. Good evening.
yes, sir. Yes, I'm available. No problem.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can mute yourself, sir. At the start of the meeting, you can unmute yourself.
Okay.
Okay.
Should I mute it now?
Sir, right now you can mute it, sir. We will inform as soon as it starts. Welcome, Shankar Shinde, sir. Can you hear us? Shankar Shinde, sir. Good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Yes, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are. Thank you for joining, sir.
I will also request my vice chairman to join, who is practically doing the operations at Bangladesh border. So you get some more details also once.
So would he be speaking, sir?
Yeah, I'll request him to speak.
Sir, his name, please.
Mr. Sudeep De.
Sudeep De. Okay, sir.
Because I may have to leave for the DG shipping Russia-Ukraine meeting.
Fine. Welcome, Mr. Sudeep there, sir. Can you hear us?
Yes, perfectly audible. Sorry for the late entry.
It's okay, sir. Fine, thank you. Thank you for joining. You can keep yourself mute, sir. When we start the meeting, you can unmute yourself. So, good afternoon to all. We are about to start our technical session 5, the final session of this virtual India Bangladesh stakeholders meet. The session right now we are going to be in process. It's a special session on role of transporters and freight forwarders. This is being talked in the utilization of the Indian Bangladesh state prospects. So we are joined by Sri Mahbubur Rahman, Director General, Export Promotion Bureau, Ministry of Commerce, Government of Bangladesh. We have been joined from the Federation of Freight Forwarders Association, the Chairman Sri Sankar Singh, and also Mr. Sudeep De. operation head. Then we are also joined by from the Office of Transport Corporation of India. Dr. Sri Rajkiran Kanagla was supposed to join, but all of the last moment there was some he had to go for some engagement, and so he has been represented by Mr. Devapriya Mukherjee, who's going to represent TC Transport Corporation of India. And finally, we have Sri Amirul Islam Chaudhry Mizan, Senior Vice President, Bangladesh Freight Forwarders Association. So to initiate the discussion, I would request Sri Mahbubur Rahman, Director General of the Export Promotion Bureau, the Ministry of Commerce, Government of Bangladesh, to kindly initiate the discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Siddharth Roy. Distinguished eminent panelists, Sri Sudip Dey, Vice Chairman, Federation of Freight Forwarders Association of India, Mr. Devapriya Mukherjee, Group Head. He is for the Group Head, Business Development and Head of SAC. I hope he's here. And Mr. Amirul Islam Chaudhuri Mizan, Senior Vice President of Bangladesh Freight Forwarders Associations, members of the Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, particularly the members of the Northeastern region of India, other participants online and offline, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. I'm given the responsibility of coordinating this session. I may not have much room to say a lot of things, but that's why before giving floor to the panelists, I want to start with you. Say,
I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, Mahbubur Rahman, sir. If you switch off your video,
in this two-day
then your audio will be more clearer, sir. If you switch off your video,
yes,
sir,
please.
your audio will be more clearer.
Should I stop it?
Sir, WebEx has sometimes the connectivity issues. If you switch off your video and keep only your audio, then we could be able to hear you clearly, sir.
So, the India-Bangladesh stakeholder meet on a virtual platform organized by Indian Chamber of Commerce in association with Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. This is an extension of the first India-Bangladesh stakeholders meet organized on 22nd and 23rd October 2019 regarding BBIN motor vehicle agreement that provided provision to access to Chittagong and Mongla port of Bangladesh to the signatories countries and of the agreement, including the northeastern part of India. I thank the government of India and the Indian Chamber of Commerce Northeast Regional Office of ICC to extend the meet to further the economic relation between our two friendly nations. This I consider not only a bilateral issue, this is broadly a regional priority as a whole, because the outcome of the meet will definitely benefit India, Bangladesh, and the operationalization of the BBIN MVA will benefit the whole of the South Asian region. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, relation between Bangladesh and India remains at a unique height, and leveraging the existing relation should be the best strategy to sort all impediments to effective bilateral and regional connectivity, which should be conducive to enhance trade, investment, and other economic activities that benefit economies of both of our economies and the region as a whole. South Asia remains the most loosely integrated region, considering the and inter-regional trade, although SAFTA came into being at the beginning of this century. This type of loose integration is, should I say it's a natural development? No. If we consider the density, distance, demand for people in our countries, then it should not be considered natural development. We didn't. That's why this type of loose integration has developed. We see in regional trade is 50% of their trade, domestic trade. The ASEAN trade is higher than that, and the European Union trade is even higher. So we are actually marginalized our opportunity to trade and develop our economies to the tune as the Africans, ASEAN countries, and other developed countries have achieved. But the instruments that were required to be in place were there. We, for instance, for ocean, connectivity is important. For such connectivity, we had inland water transport protocol since 1972. The transit agreement we started in 2010. The rail, we have rail connectivity. We have inland, and we have ratified. We have agreed on coastal shipping agreement in 2018. So all the legal provisions are there, but could we reap the benefit of it? Answer is no. Definitely, there are limitations such as poor navigability in some points of our waterways, but there are in particularly in the Bangladesh part. I don't know much about the Indian part, so there may be that can be covered up. There are sufficient roads in both of our parts. Maybe that the quality of roads and capacity of those roads might have some defects, which can also be recovered. And could start and we could advance with the footing that we are having, but those didn't happen. In this reality, the BBIN motor vehicle agreement is seen as a new opportunity for both the transaction business transactions in our passenger mobility and also the cargo movement and transit to our signatory countries, particularly in the northeastern region of India. And moreover, if you consider the expense of trading among our South Asian area, at a point of time before the independence, Indian independence, I mean, before 1947, the intra-regional trade was even higher than 20%. I have read this from some online resource some day ago. But the present status is around 5%. This type of result is definitely giving us a direction that we are underplaying the prospect of our bilateral treaties, agreements, and the provisions we are having. I mean, the legal provisions that we are having to enhance our bilateral trade, bilateral and the regional trade, but we failed to do that. Still, the standard that we maintain to trade with another partner out of this South Asian region we feel more comfortable and we provide better standards to others than our regional partners. But this shouldn't be. This shouldn't happen because this all the Southeast Asian countries was at some time one country. So there were potentials, and is having we are still having potentials for greater integration. We have more of a cultural affinity, more of geographical closeness. The density of this region is higher. The demand pattern is similar. So, and we are all having the similarity in the economic pattern as well. That's why it can be concluded that we had better prospects for integration and integrational trade, integrational transportation, integrational investment in all the and other aspects of economic benefit. But the benefit out of it. To say integration, the connectivity, particularly the transportation connectivity, comes first. Of course, the mindset is important. Mindset of the important, but that is also important. But the connectivity, transportation connectivity, prevails, I think, at the first place. I believe. You see, by virtue of this geographical location, Bangladesh remains at a strategic place to connect India, Nepal, Bhutan, and particularly the northeastern region of India. Connectivity essentially requires strengthening trade transits and improving road and waterway corridors. Bangladesh and northeastern region of India have potentials to build transport and logistic hub, and huge investment opportunities in these sectors are there. And we can definitely work together to strengthen the multimodal connectivity benefits that we are having. I mean, the road, the rail, the waterway, and the air routes also, although air route is expensive. But to start with, we could use the waterways because it came first in the as a protocol to use the common basins of both the countries immediately after the liberation of Bangladesh. But even in these 50 years, we didn't do much to utilize these waterways. And use of multimodal transport for trade with Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Tripura have huge potential to use. In the recent years, Bangladesh has developed some highways into 4 lanes. We have developed some railways, and new projects are there. So once those projects are implemented, we will be in a better position to serve to the transporters to better coordinate and to carry goods and passengers to and from the country. For such prospect, a greater integration is required. The integration should be maybe done in several ways: as parallel integration, the horizontal integration, and diagonal integration is also required. By diagonal integration, I want to mean it in the integration supported by the use of information technology. If information technology is used in our cross-border trade, then a lot of regulatory requirements can be addressed by information technology. as the BBI and motor vehicle agreement has given way to enhance the transit facilities, the cargo from western part of India to its northeastern part have become will be easy once the proposed SOP is finalized. Bangladesh has attained considerable progress in building the required infrastructure in all the modes of transport, but there are some bits more are yet to be done, especially in the waterways. So the present situation is enabling to enhance our cooperation in transiting goods and passengers from India and other signatory countries through Bangladesh. So, but unfortunately, the provision, I think the container sealing provision and the customs provision are not there in the motor vehicle agreement. Although it's not supposed to be there, but there should be an alignment of the customs procedure and container sealing and certification of the cargo should be there, should be in place. Those three things are missing in the agreement. Still, there is time, and this is the right time that we point out those requirements, and we can suggest the authority that these things should be incorporated in the new agreement, because the objective is cooperation and to realize the potential and the potential benefit that both of our economies and the economies of the region as a whole can derive from this new motor vehicle agreement that will serve Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and India. But this meet is particularly bilateral. This is limited in Bangladesh, India, and this is our priority area, because at present Bangladesh's Bangladesh's trade with India, our total bilateral trade, including import and export, is above more than $10 billion. This amount can be brought at a higher level, both from Bangladesh part and from Indian part, and the goods and services that from India can reach the northeastern part very easily once this agreement comes into force, and even with the support of the other regulatory, other agreements and conventions and protocols, we can have better benefit than what we are deriving now. So we should be in a mindset and with a hope and preparation that we should cooperate more for the sake of the economic benefit of Bangladesh, of India, and particularly the northeastern part of India, the Seven Sisters, we call them. So it can be a very good source, and it can be a very notable source of their products to other parts, to Bangladesh, and Bangladesh may be a good source of the products that have it's their requirement in the northeastern part of India. So these all these require the cooperation that is not there. So cooperation is the only thing that can enhance the trade and connectivity among between Bangladesh and India, and that is I think the objective of today's today's meet, and I hope the participants will rightly identify the gaps that are required to fill, and we can come up with a recommendation that okay, these are the things that we need to address right now to materialize the benefit of the protocols and the agreements and the political cloud that we are having among between the two friendly countries. With this, I want to conclude for the time being, and I want to the main panelists who will basically give us good ideas about the role of transport and freight forwarding in the utilization of India-Bangladesh state prospects. So I think this is the time to give the floor to Mr. Dev Mukherjee, or
Sir, I'll initiate it if you don't mind, sir. I'll initiate it according to agenda, sir.
Okay. As I see in the papers, you can please lead the session.
Yeah.
So I'm concluding right now. If time comes, then I may take the floor.
Sir, we'll request you to give a conclusive remark after all the deliveries of all the panelists, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sri Mahbubur Rahman, sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sankar Shinde, Chairman, Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India, to kindly deliver to the audience his presentation. Thank you, sir. I think he will be also, there will also be Mr. Sudeep Dey, who would be supporting him.
Thank you, sir. It was nice to hear the theme for the webinar. In fact, AAA has been involved on these routes, rather the various routes with regard to India connectivity. One was the most important is the INSTC, International North-South Transport Corridor, identifying the bottlenecks of the connectivity through sea, land, sea. A special project was also carried. And second thing, we were also being involved with the BBIN projects, giving the inputs and feedbacks. But this webinar relating to special connectivity with the Bangladesh and India, the Petrapol-Benapol border connectivity, we thought we'll also invite Mr. Sudeep Dey, who is with me, our AAFA Vice Chairman, who will enlighten us with regard to practical aspect of operational issues or how we can take further with development on this route. But what we identify on this route is one, the infrastructure, the connectivity in the IT sector, with the online facilitation measures. And the third, which is we find that the traffic control at this border. In traffic control industries, there is always a congestion which is being noted, which becomes this unreliable route for the regular shipments. So this is one major problem which has been identified. And with Mr. Sudeep Dey over here, we give out the in detail presentation or the detailed report and how this can be addressed also. With this, I would request my colleague Mr. Sudeep Dey to please take me further, and I will be there throughout the webinar. For this, and wish all the best for this webinar. Thank you. Mr. Sudeep Dey, over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, ICC, for organizing such webinars. I mean, as Mr. Raman said, that our relation between India and Bangladesh is at its peak now. So the only way to go forward is to have interactive sessions like this, where we can give inputs from each other's side. And Bangladesh, yes, it is a very it has been a partner of India ever since. and a huge quantum of exports is going to Bangladesh. But if we really want to actually develop it, make it smooth, and at the end of the day, bring down the cost, there is, as Mr. Mahabur Raman said, that the outlook has to change. The mentality has to change. All the issues we have on paper are absolutely okay. In theory, we are really okay, and we do not need to immediately improve anything further. What we need is the ground level situation where the actual people are working at the ground level. Their mentality has to change. The mentality of the administrators of the law has to change. The infrastructure has to improve, and then there are the certain policy decisions which the government has to take. Number one, when I talk about mentality has to change, what I really want to say is that whenever we talk about India-Bangladesh trade, only one thing comes to our mind. That is the Petropol border. Nothing else. So this mentality has to change. We have river routes, we have sea routes, we have other LCS, and we have, of course, the Petropol border. But everyone seems to be wanting to export through this only one border. And I do not know, but till few days back, the waiting time was 35 to 40 days. And you can well imagine a truck which has left Ludhiana, and by the time it reaches West Bengal, the border, and it waits, and then it goes to the other side, unloads, and comes back, it is seen that most of his documents has expired. Sometimes we have seen cases where the document of the truck has expired. We have cases where the driver's license has expired. So all these things, because there's no time guarantee. So this mentality of only going through the Petropol border, this has to change. We have to look at other avenues. We have the sea route. We have the inland waterway route, not only to the northeast, but directly to Bangladesh itself. So once this mentality changes, we can explore other lines of export, and then the cost comes down, the congestion comes down. Number one. Number two, what we are talking about is the mentality of the people at the ground level. What we have seen in the recent past, that the ICP on the Indian side of the border, all of a sudden, they became very strict. They want to check each and every paper of the people who are entering the ICP, and each and every paper of the trucks that are entering the ICP. And no one can say that they are unjustified. No one can. None of us can say, no, you do not check our papers. We will go in as we go in. No. And we cannot, from the federation or any association, we cannot support such a thing. But our issue is that when a government organization becomes lenient over so many years, and all of a sudden you try to be strict, and you try to implement which you have not implemented over so many years, there is a trade disturbance. And trade disturbance for 3, 4, 5 days would result in a huge backlog. And at the end of the day, it only adds up to pound, shilling, and pence. So I remember one of our very senior officer had in one of our convention had said that if you want to implement anything new, all of a sudden, it has to be done with consultation and prior intimation. So as far as I am concerned, this implementation of anything new at any level, any sphere, any government, anywhere, anything new has to be implemented with prior intimation and proper consultation. This has to be a policy factor. You have to get into this. Similarly, till yesterday, only yesterday, I think the border opened. There was similar kind of a strike on the Bangladesh border, on the Bangladesh side, I mean. Why? I do not want to deliberate on that. But the fact is that it closed the border for so many days. And then again, there's a backlog, 30, 35, 40, 45 days, which again adds up to cost. So these things have to be monitored very closely. The people at the ground level has to change their mentality. They should know the importance of this border and the importance of the trade that is going on between India and Bangladesh. Number two. Number three, infrastructure. When we talk about the infrastructure, there has to be infrastructure development on both sides. We have to be very clear on that. On the India side, if we talk about a Petropol ICP, ICP is supposed to be a place where you're supposed to have the state-of-the-art infrastructure and everything should be under one roof. But if you actually look at the ICP side here, we are not geared up for such kind of a state-of-the-art infrastructure. Similarly, on the Bangladesh side, if we are talk about a border, on the other side of the border, we talk about a go down, and there's a lack of go down space on the other side. We all know it. So the waiting time of the trucks on the other side is also high because there's not enough go down space. I have traveled from Bangladesh to India by bus, and I've seen chases on the road, on the other side of the roadside, lines totally uncovered, and this is the situation. Not only that, over the years, all these go-downs of these importers have been built around that area. So they prefer the cargo to come to that area, and they don't want to reach out to other places which maybe is near Dhaka or to any of the seaports. So you have to build infrastructure on that side also. So all these both sides, the infrastructure development is necessary, and not only development, but development in a planned manner. And development not only in a planned manner, but before executing that plan, you should have a proper consultation and proper intimation with the actual stakeholders or who are working on the ground level. Tell me, sir, Raman sir said we have so many agreements. We have done so much with the agreements. But at the end of the day, are we actually benefiting with for these agreements? Can I, with a truck, start from Ludhiana, cross the Bengal, go into Bangladesh, and then again come back, going to Bangladesh as deep as Dhaka, and really come back without any issues? Do we have we, at the basic level, have we developed our drivers who can read the Bengali sign language which are present at Bangladesh, the traffic signs? Have we developed our drivers in that manner? No, we have not. So all these things have to be taken into account before we actually get a smooth trade and a cost-effective trade. Then again, we talk about using waterways. Waterways are supposed to be cheaper, but the reality is when we take cargo into Bangladesh, there's not enough cargo back from Bangladesh. So obviously the freight is double. So we also have to think that how Bangladesh can export cargo not only to India, but maybe through India to other foreign countries. So at least these barges who use the waterway can come back into India with a lot of export cargo. So the freight is reduced to have. I think now the freight by sea, I think they're charging about $1,500 from Kolkata port to maybe ICT Pangaon or Chittagong. So which is actually very high. So people sometimes they prefer to wait 35, 40 days at the border and send by trucks. So all these have to be diligently worked out. besides that, I can only say that if you talk about the manpower at the ground level, the manpower has to be educated. The the transferring of the cargo from the vehicle to the godowns, from the godowns to the vehicle, has to be mechanized, has to be smooth, and then only we can talk about. And then again, there's the issue is we must sit and decide as to how many trucks per day through that border we can take. Both sides should sit. Our holidays should match each other. We still talk about holidays, but we should be operating at least 24/7. The border working 24/7 is very important. And I know officially we are working 24/7, but at the borders, we still have people who do not want to work 24/7, and there is hindrance at the border. So I mean, through the time of the discussion, maybe a lot more points would come out, but I would end now, stop here now, and I would like to hear feedbacks from others also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your in-depth analysis of the situation and your delivery regarding the same. We would now like to request Sri Amirul Islam Chaudhary Mizan, Senior Vice President, Bangladesh Freight Forwarders Association. Kindly address the gathering, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Siddharth. Thank you for Mr. Sinde and Mr. Sudeep Day and Mr. Mahbub Rahman's, opening thing. I had been to Guwahati 4 times on the invitation of ICC and the Indian government. So I was interacting with many of the importers and exporters down here. Apparently, Mr. Sudeep Day was focusing more only Western India to Bangladesh export. But actually, whole meet is, I believe, designed to Northeast India, Bhutan, Nepal combined, and Bangladesh. So, can we, focus our address to purely Northeast India and Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh? So, what I see, Northeast India mostly is agri, production based, and whereas they need a lot of industrial product, and many of which Bangladesh, promote. So I would like to address to Mr. Mahbub Rahman, Chairman, Vice Chairman of Export Promotion Bureau, whether we can take delegations to these Northeast Indian states. What are their requirements? Simultaneously, from Northeast Indian states, I would appreciate their chambers to lead delegates here, exporters from there, what they can market here. So both at the exchange, there is a saying, necessity is the mother of invention. So we know both each other's necessity, eventually other things, because protocols has been signed. So, and some eventually this to implement it, ultimately there has to be cargo. So between Northeast India and Bangladesh, not much of movement. So there are some, I think, from both sides, both India and Bangladesh, tariff and parative barriers. So those are also impediments for promoting export to Northeastern India from Bangladesh. Some to say possibly Bangladesh may also have, I don't know. Particularly since Bangladesh imports almost each and every product, every merchandise, every agri products or whatever, everything they import. So, and we are like vegetables, you see, I mean, spices, rice, whatnot. So Northeast India can support with all these things. So if we had exchanges or interaction and communication between exporters of India to our importers of Bangladesh and simultaneously exporter of Bangladesh to importers of India, that could help the promote. When there is a, the trade scope is there, eventually both government will come up with building of infrastructure, both road, rail, river, everything can be built up. So protocols, initial protocols has been signed between Bangladesh and Indian governments, but whether we are promoting, whether actual goods are moving or not, that's the scene. as Mr. Sudipdev was saying, Ludhiana to Petropol. So why many of the products could be moved from Assam to, Tripura, Meghalaya, and all these seven sister states. This could feed Bangladesh like, many products. Like I was talking to one, ginger exporter from India, and I was talking to importers here, to facilitate, and so the deal couldn't fail through because of lack of understanding, and because in the intervening period, this pandemic thing has arrived. The imports here, we were planning to visit Guwahati and other places, go there, talk to them. There are like onion, there are ginger, then pepper, then chili, many other products, agro products. I mean, so simultaneously, India also need cement and many other products in seven sister states. When these buy sell orders are there, eventually facilitation comes forward. So that we are not seeing. So I would request Mr. Mahuraman in particular to lead a delegation from Bangladesh who are willing to export to northeastern states from here, and eventually from Indian ICC and other chambers there to organize meets with all these exporters here and also importers from there. So that could help develop the things. And again, Mr. Sudipdev was telling about infrastructure, and Mauravan said saying we have, I believe, last I met with the logistics Secretary Logistics Division of India, rather the river draft is particularly India is more problematic than Bangladesh. Bangladesh, I think, can cater, barges and coast 3.5 meter to 4 meter, whereas India cannot, operate more than 2 meter. So India is possibly has undertaken a big dredging program under central government funding amongst these areas. Then again, railway through Mymensingh there was Guwahati, there was connectivity. In Agartala there was connectivity. Those has been cut down. So there are, I think, Tamabil from Sylhet side, from Bangladesh side, and then Ramgarh in Chittagong, then again Bilonia in Feni, Mymensingh, Akhaura, all these areas also custom point, but it's not appropriately equipped to cater to this, facilitate transportation or moving of goods, and also the lack of testing apps. Some products needs testing requirements. So the border outposts, and though geographically, particularly this Northeast India and Bangladesh is very ideally located to develop trade. Well, pre-partition, pre-47 era, there was a lot of trade used to move between these areas, but now it has stopped. Well, after Pakistan, then again, Bangladesh has having such a good relation with India, current government, but development is not as such. Why? That we have to look into it. Maybe maybe both ICC as well as from Bangladesh side also, APB or whoever, to undertake a study why the trade is not being developed between these areas. So this you have to look into. And then road, particularly road infrastructure, our roads are very poorly built. So that is one of the cross movement, BBI and all this motor vehicle agreement, although they are, but Indian trucks, if it operates in 3 months, our road will be totally inoperable. No trucks can move at all. So our roads in building also needs to be very good, because I don't know how it can be done. That is a different chapter. So because Indian trucks load say 20, 25, 30 tons, our roads are not equipped to carry those kind of load. So whereas maybe India is better position there. Our roads has to be built better. River navigability, river connecting area, there has to be border outpost, custom outpost, and then railway could be one, road be one. So from all this, what we see, there are prospects, but firstly, it has to be between the importers and exporters of India and Bangladesh, particularly this Northeast India and Bangladesh traders. So that could help develop the trade, I believe. And there are potential is immense, but again, Mr. Sudeep has articulated properly. There are, the mindset is also one part. So to change the mindset, if there are economy, if businessman, we as business will look for opportunities. We can make money, will go anywhere to any land. So we have to the communication between business houses in Northeast India and Bangladesh is more important. So once again, I would request Mr. Mahbub Rahman to think about to take to take a delegation of exporters and importers to India, particularly Guwahati, Tripura, and other places, so that when there are interactions there, they make deals. Then eventually they will think the option to how to carry. Then the government will see that there are opportunities. Government can earn revenue, so government will also. Government is the facilitator. To facilitate, government we needs to know that there are scope of revenues. So that is also important. So with this, I would like to conclude my moment's discussion. Thank you. I would like to hear from others. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your deliberation, sir. I'd like to inform to you that actually post the first India-Bangladesh stakeholders meet 2019, we were planning to take a delegation to Sylhet, Dhaka, and it was really planned, but because of the pandemic, we could not take it. Right now, we are in discussion with the Act East Policy Affairs Department of Government of Assam, and we'll soon take a delegation to Sylhet, Dhaka, Chittagong, and we will improve the trade relations between the two regions. Thank you for your advices, sir. Now, I would like to request Mr. Devopriyo Mukherjee, who is representing Transport Corporation of India, to kindly offer his presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to all the panelists for giving their view on the subject. And also thank you ICC for organizing this event. And I have few slides which I would like to present, which will give a holistic view of what is the requirement and what are the improvement areas. So I would like to share the presentation. This is just a 2-slide presentation which will cover all the major points. Yeah, so I hope the screen is visible to all.
Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah. So Mr. Rajkiran was about to present this mission, but due to some emergency, he could not. So on his behalf, I would like to present this. So overall, what are the prospective, what positive aspects which we are seeing? So as other speakers have said, we have a situation where we are seeing the bilateral trade at its peak. We have a $10 billion plus business going on between India and Bangladesh. So over the last few years, these are the positives which we would like to present to all. Rail service through Benapole, Petrapole was not there. It has started. It started with the automobile rakes, which was the NMGs, and currently every month there are at least 25 to 30, to say the least, trains are moving from India to Bangladesh. So that has been a very positive thing which has happened. Container services through rail, it has also developed. But again, when we look about the business between India and Bangladesh, all eyes goes to Benapole border. So such is the scenario. This service also has started through the same route. And now we have around 6 to 8 trains, container trains, which are now plying between India and Bangladesh. These are the positive movements which have happened in terms of train. Now coming to the sea or the inland waterways operations, we have seen an increase in barge operations as well. So earlier, the number of barges which was plying were less, but now we are seeing around 500 plus barges are there, which are means 500 plus trips are going on. So that kind of volume is there, and after that as well, we are seeing a congestion in the borders in at land. So there is huge opportunity in this area to develop, and trade support will be definitely developed once we increase these operations in terms of trains and barges. So, what are the things we need to do is like when we talk about integrated check post between India and Bangladesh. So, how this IT integration can be further developed so that the clearance, say, happens in any of the ICD in India can freely pass on to Bangladesh, and the technologies can be used for that, and government has to allow those kind of movements also, where say I clear a cargo and any of the ICD across India, and I directly export to Bangladesh without waiting. So there were some provisions, but uh, currently it is very negligible which is happening. So this is also another area, but these are also developing. So these are the positive aspects which will also grow in future, which we see. Now, coming to the aspects which we can improve in, so we need more warehouses. We need warehouses from the both sides, India side and Bangladesh side. So when we say warehouses, we need warehouses for chemicals or other general cargo as well. So today, if I want to export, say through any other border, which is not Benapole, Petrapole border, does that border has sufficient infrastructure to manage the cargo, which is not currently the answer is no. So we have to develop. This is the area which we have to improve in, so that other borders also can develop. Now, India Bangladesh has around 150 plus borders. Now, what we export is through Benapole, through Mumra Gojadanga, Hili. So these are the few borders which has maximum cargo, and Benapole being the highest in terms of the traffic. So other borders, once we develop, we have to develop the warehouses also in both the sides. So in warehouse, when we speak, we have to also develop a lot of cold storage capabilities. From India to Bangladesh, when we export, there is a lot of fish and other products, food which are perishable are there. So this is an area which we have to improve upon. So we have to make policies around it, how we can have integrated facility at customs, where we have warehouses and cold storage facilities as well. Third is the bonded warehouse. When we talk about bulk movements from India to Bangladesh, so we have to have more bonded warehouse in all the areas. So today we are talking about Northeast connectivity. So when, as Mr. Amirul explained, Northeast states have agricultural produce which can be exported from Northeast to Bangladesh. For that, we will need those facilities. We will need cold storages. We will need bonded warehouses. So this kind of infrastructure we have to develop, and these are the improvement areas we feel. Number four is bulk items, as I already explained in previous point. So how we develop that, and once we develop that, we will definitely reduce the border congestion which we are seeing now in one or two ports. And lastly, to develop all these services, what support we need is we have to develop the SRO. We have to get the SRO implemented. Earlier also, when we tried for other borders to be developed, the only block which we faced is that the SRO doesn't allow all kinds of cargo. So when we talk about a border which is near Siliguri and I want to export some value-added cargo, but that border will not have the facilities. It will not have the product listed in the SRO of Bangladesh. So this is to be also developed. So if Mr. Mahbub Rahman, if from Export Promotion Board can take it up, we can have the SRO also developed so that other borders open up and we improve upon the bilateral trade. So this is the short presentation from our side, and thank you. Over to other panelists.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Thank you for your detailed presentation. I would now request Sri Mahbubur Rahman sir to kindly provide a conclusive remark regarding this session, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks to Mr. Sudip Dey, Mr. Amirul Islam, and Mr. Depopriyo Mukherjee. I'm sorry that I didn't address Sri. Actually, what we use usually. Yes, I was listening to all the panelists very carefully, and I try to realize what are happening and what are to be done. Actually, Mr. Sudip Dey, he was talking about the other facilities and the regulatory requirements, etc. I mean, the aspects that are other than the transport and forwarding. This is actually important for our existing trade practice. Whenever we talk about cross-border trade between Bangladesh and India, we talk about Petrapol and Benapol. But for instance, for quartzite or for feldspar, is Benapol Petrapol route appropriate for importation or exportation? I'll say no. There are a lot of other products there, like even the perishable items. Bangladeshi exporters don't prefer Benapol Petrapol route for the export, although they don't have warehousing facilities. But the thing is that even though the mode of transport and the mode of export is truck-to-truck delivery, but still some of the exporters, they prefer Bhomra Gujaranga route for exportation of Hilsa fish or similar perishable items. Think about Hilly port. It can handle some commercial goods only. For other areas like Burimari, Shona Masjid, these ports, I mean, port facilities have been created in Bangladesh side, but on the other side, as far as I have heard, other side is not equipped with that type of facilities. Even in Petrapol, the export truck stand has the capacity of 800, but the import area has only 100. So mismatch is everywhere in all the in most of the 36 operating LC stations and ICPs. I think there are 2 ICPs and others LCS LC stations. So to build these infrastructures, I didn't find an approach of cooperation. I mean, what are the historical record of import and export through these areas, these ports? What are the requirements for handling these type of goods through this port, and what infrastructure is required here is not studied. There comes the question of cooperation. I mean, both sides should sit together and gauge the requirement, what type of infrastructure we need to build here and what not here. What are the propensity of the goods? What are the what are the major import items and export items through, and what are the potential items? Then the appropriate infrastructure can be made. For instance, Mr. Sudip said about the cold storage facility. Cold storage facility, and all the 3 speakers mentioned about the cold storage facility. At no port of our bilateral trade, we have no cold storage facility at least at the station. I mean, the refrigerated containers don't move through these two countries, although potentials are there. But that may come at the secondary stage. But other requirements, SPS, I mean, century, phytosanitary, quarantine, testing laboratory, and there are some other requirements. This should have, this should be addressed prior to establishing cold storage, because cold storage, I mean, handling a reefer van, refrigerated container, is much more costlier than those things. The mutual acceptance of certification is a lengthy agenda. I have heard many years, but that is not addressed so far. And the mutual establishment of required facility is not there. So those are the things. And whenever we talk about our bilateral trade, we talk only Petrapol and Benapol. Other stations are not even given much importance, and the prospect of those stations are considered by both of our governments. So there comes the question of non-cooperative or unilateral move for development. This will not work. I think here to address one station, first thing I want to say that we need to develop all the 36 LC stations. Although we have declared ports more than 200, but we need to develop the operational ones, which are these 36 LC stations and ICPs. And appropriate infrastructure should be built in the areas. There are congestions at Petrapol that needs to address. There should be 2 lanes or 4 lanes for vehicles to come and go. In other stations like Hilly, there are congestions because those in the Indian part, both in Bangladesh and Indian part, there are congestions. The roads are narrow. So these things need to be addressed on a priority basis. And the border timing is another important thing. For instance, if one country starts business at 6 o'clock and Bangladesh has its official time from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock at night, so the timing doesn't match. I mean, the 6 hours are wasted. And at some places, there are not appropriate officials who can decide on clearance of the import cargoes. Exportation is far easier a business than import, because imports require a lot of certification, a lot of things. So a custom office with appropriate manpower is required at or near all LC stations. If I respond to Mr. Amir Islam, he advised me to mount a delegation to northeastern region of India. Yes, that is there in our calendar, but unfortunately, for pandemic over the last 2 years, we couldn't move physically due to transport restriction or communication restriction. We hold even this meeting we are holding on a virtual forum. But we have our program. We are communicating through our mission at Guwahati, and now that we have got some means of communication with the Indian Chamber of Commerce Northeastern Office, we will definitely talk with them, and also through the Assistant High Commissioner Office, Mission Office, to mount a business delegation to the Northeastern region this year. it's there in our program, but we couldn't so far finalize the program, but we will. For your kind consumption, Mr. Amirul Islam Chaudhuri, I can tell you that we are actively considering that. Regarding Mr. Debapriyo Mukherjee's presentation, I think he added 2 more points than Mr. Sudip there, which are bonded warehouse facility and the SRO, develop the SRO in need. I mean, the sensitive list should be revised. Yes. Actually, the sensitive list SRO is framed in a way to match the capacity of the LC station. In the Bangladesh part, there are some stations which are manned by assistant commissioners. Actually, as far my knowledge goes, most all about 30 LC stations, except Benapul. Benapul has a commissioner, and most of other LC stations are headed by an assistant commissioner who is capable by law of discharging any customs consignment. I mean, giving a decision regarding clearance of any consignment. But I think, as my knowledge goes, at the opposite side, the office is not at par of Bangladesh. So, and testing facility, yes, that is absent in most of the so those are non-tariff and non-transportational bottlenecks that are, although I'm as a government servant, I shouldn't pronounce the word barrier, but those are the things that need to address immediately. And again, bonded warehouse, actually for a multimodal mode of transportation, a bonded warehouse is required. In Bangladesh part, all the LC stations that are having a warehouse facility are bonded. Those are declared as bonded godowns. So by law and by definition, those are declared as bonded godowns. I don't know the situation at the other part, but declaring a warehouse as bonded godown, that actually has some conditions in Bangladeshi law. So that should be, I mean, a sizable trade should be there to maintain such an establishment as fit to establish bonded godowns at the outposts, border outposts, I mean, LC stations. So that is, if a particular LC station develops in a way that it requires a bonded godown, that definitely government will think in that way, and I will convey this message of you to the National Board of Revenue so that they consider establishing more bonded warehouses at the LC stations. So I hope I have addressed some of the questions and queries of the 3 contributors, 3 eminent panelists. I want to add a few points. I see Mr. Sudip De. Do you want to say something? Do you have additional questions to make?
Not really. But
Anyway,
just a piece of information,
yes.
that recently our shipping minister flagged off a vessel from Haldia of Calcutta port to Pandu of Assam, northeast, through the Bangladesh border, and as of today, it has still not reached the destination. And what we gather is that somewhere near the border of Bangladesh and northeast India, it is stuck due to low what do you call that, depth of the water.
Navigability, low
Ah,
navigability or fluviality, yes. Maybe.
Yes,
So,
because we at least need 2.2 meters draft and it was found it was less than 2 meters. And so because of the draft problem, it is stuck there and they are having to tug it through. So unless all these things are actually looked into properly and guaranteed is given by both governments. I'm not talking about Bangladesh only, but Indian government and the Bangladesh government, then none of the operators would want to work. This operator who's operating this barge, he's furious. He's furious, and see, someone has to start it, and someone has to go through the hard times when they started. But these things actually are drawing us back. Just wanted to share this with the House.
yes, thank you. Actually, this is the point I was trying to pursue in the whole of my presentation. What I said is that cooperation is not there in our transaction of business. Actually, our ship, our barge is set to destined to Bangladesh, but the draft capacity is not there. I mean, there is no survey, there is no, remedial action or the study that was required to be done before sailing the ship was not done. So those are the points that should be raised. At a proper forum. At a bilateral forum. That these are the areas that we need to work together. That is actually a requirement to enhance the trade through our institutions and also through our waterways, inland waterways, and. Some more points I wanted to share that the mutual recognition of certification and an introduction of containerized cargo is of high importance because you cannot afford to send loose cargo through waterways by small vessels. Those should be containerized. Now, for container movement, the stations, the inland customs stations should be equipped. Those need to be done through consultation. You see, since 1972, the riverine route was used only to send cargo to Narayanganj port and to Chokiganj. The cargo with coal, particularly from that part to Chokiganj or vice versa. This type of goods were plying using this naval route. But if both the governments agree that there should be trading practice and cargo movement should start, then before starting, the navigability should be checked, and if tracing is required, then that should be done prior to sailing a ship. So these things are not done. So cooperation gap is there. So I think there should be surveys, there should be studies, and mutual sittings for deciding what to do at what ports and stations, and then both the governments should take note of all this and do appropriately. In some cases, there should be mutual cooperation of even financing. So those should be done to enhance the trade between the two countries. So I think up to this point, I have addressed some of the points, and thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So I would like to inform that whatever discussions have happened today has been recorded, and this will be documented officially by Indian Chamber of Commerce and would be delivered to the requisite authorities of both the government. We are also live streaming on YouTube, so there are many participants from the YouTube also. So we come to the end of this technical session. Now I'd like to offer my vote of thanks to Sri Mahbubur Rahman, Director General, Export Promotion Bureau, Minister of Commerce, Government of Bangladesh. We'd like to offer our gratitude to Sri Shankar Sinha, Chairman, Federation of Freight Forwarders Association of India. We'd also like to thank Sri Sudeep De, Vice Chairman, Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India. I'd like to thank Sri Amirul Islam Chaudhry Mizan, Senior Vice President, Bangladesh Freight Forwarders Association, for his deliberation. And finally, I'd like to thank
I think Mr. Chaudhary wanted to say something. He raised his hand.
Oh,
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Thank you for
If the moderator allows you, I'm not
yes, yes, yes.
actually.
I'm sorry, sir. I did not. I'm sorry. Please kindly.
Okay, Mr. Siddharth, if you allow him to, Mr.
Surely, sir.
Arun,
Surely, sir. We have enough time. Surely.
Thank
please
you.
make your
I
point.
was taking cue from Mr. Rahman's DGA Export Promotion Bureau. Actually, at this juncture, I have my reservation, I have my doubts whether container from movement from India, particularly by road, will be difficult. Other than some river, some to Panagav, some ships are moving. I have a question to Mr. Sudeep there. Where your barge got stuck? I'm not clear because so far I know Bangladesh rivers navigability much better than India because the ships are coming with up to Panagav. Why it is getting stuck? I am not clear. Although I have no knowledge about those areas, I think Inland Waterways Corporation or they are the people who gives the draft chart for all rivers. Whether they have the proper study, particularly those operators has seen those or not. Without seeing, they are running the show. Like in Haldia, Kolkata, vessels are piloted from inside from the sea. Similarly, of course, for this river movement, the pilot is not necessary, I believe, provided the right draft chart is used. Well, the bigger ships can come with full container load, 100, 150, 200 container loads up to Panagav. Why it cannot pass through? A barge cannot pass through. Was it too heavy to, with heavy, the draft barge is heavy, more than the 3.5 meters or something. Because you're saying with 2.5 meter also couldn't go across. That is sort of is, I was wondering. It was shock to me.
Sir, I cannot tell you the exact place, but I can surely find out from the barge operators because they are in close touch with the port authorities, and I can always let ICC know, the chamber know where exactly it got stuck. You have to give me 1 hour's time.
It's okay. It's no, just I was just this is my curiosity because bigger ships and are coming through. Why these simple barges couldn't?
Here we were talking about inland waterway, sir.
Inland
waterway, not
through
the
inland waterway.
sea.
These ships with container load coming up to Panagav. So why a barge of 2.5 meter draft couldn't come?
Yes.
Because our river navigability is draft level is between 3.5 meter to 4 meter. So 2.5 meter draft barge cannot move. That is a shock to me. That's what I was saying.
That may be the master mariner's unknowing, doesn't know the route. Maybe it may be a cause. Anyway, I think Mr. Siddharth Rai may go and conclude the session. We have talked
Sir,
too
so
much.
I would like to conclude the session. Thank you all the panelists, sir. I would like to thank Mahbubur Rahman, sir, Director General, Export Promotion Bureau, Ministry of Commerce, Government of Bangladesh. I'd like to thank Shankar Shinde, sir, Chairman, Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India. I'd also like to thank Sri Sudeep De, Vice Chairman, Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India. I'd like to thank Sri Amirul Islam Chaudhary Mizan, Senior Vice President, Bangladesh Spectral Association. And finally, I'd like to thank Sri Devopriya Mukherjee for his deliberations from the Transport Corporation of India. So again, I would like to reiterate that whatever discussions have happened, this is recorded and this should be documented. And finally, a white paper will be prepared and will be sent to the respective departments, relevant departments of each of the country. So we hope to engage in such kind of interactions in the future also. Thank you so much to all the panelists and all the delegates who are there and all the participants on YouTube also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Siddhartha Rai, and bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you, everyone.
for everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, bye.